My name is Michael Turner. I'm 38, living in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, near Boone, North Carolina. My wife, Emma, is 35, and her stepsister, Claire, is 33. Claire and Emma haven't been close for a long time, but after some recent family stuff, Emma invited her to join us for a weekend at a remote cabin we rented for what was supposed to be a combined work retreat and family getaway. The year was 2023. The cabin was off the grid, with no cell phone reception, no internet, and no neighbors close enough to hear a shout. We wanted this trip to be about focus and bonding. At least that was the plan. Emma is a senior manager at a marketing firm, and I run my own small consulting business. Claire worked in finance and had recently left her job to start something new. So Emma suggested that we combine a few work meetings with some downtime. I was eager to get away from the constant noise of the city and the distractions of home. Plus, I liked the idea of having both of them there. Maybe this trip would help smooth things over between the sisters. The first day was perfect. The drive to the cabin was long and winding, with the road narrowing as we got further into the mountains. The leaves were just starting to turn orange and red, giving everything a warm golden glow in the late afternoon sun. The cabin itself was rustic but comfortable. Wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and large windows that looked out over the dense forest. We unpacked, set up our laptops and notebooks on a sturdy table in the living room, and started with some light work, reviewing plans and schedules for the next few weeks. It was all very professional and calm, with occasional breaks to enjoy the view or sip coffee from the old ceramic mugs we found in the kitchen. But things shifted after dinner when we decided to hold the first official meeting. We wanted to go over some big project proposals and strategies, so we gathered around the table with laptops open and notes spread out. The atmosphere grew heavier than I expected. There was a tightness in the air, something I couldn't quite place at first. Claire seemed distracted, her eyes darting to the windows whenever she thought we weren't looking. Emma looked tense, tapping her pen against the wood, her brow furrowed. I tried to focus on the agenda, but I kept catching myself looking at the darkening woods outside the window. The cabin's electricity was supplied by a generator, which hummed quietly in the background. It wasn't the steady hum of city life, but rather a rough, irregular noise that reminded me that we were cut off from everything else. The shadows cast by the flickering fireplace made the room feel smaller and colder, even though the thermostat said it was warm. Then the power went out. It wasn't just the cabin. The generator had died. The sudden darkness was like a wall closing in. Our laptops went black, the overhead lights went dead, and the only light was from the fireplace, which was now casting long, erratic shadows on the walls. Emma groaned softly, her hand reaching for her phone. No signal. Claire pulled out a flashlight from her bag. The beam was narrow and weak, but it was something. I went to the kitchen to find candles and matches, managing to light a few that flickered uncertainly. The cabin suddenly felt very real and very isolated. We decided to take a break from the meeting until the power was back, but as we sat in the dim candlelight, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The woods outside were silent except for the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves, but something about the stillness was unnerving. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Claire suggested we check the generator. I agreed, knowing that it would be pitch black outside and the temperature was dropping fast. We grabbed flashlights and stepped outside. The night air was crisp and smelled like wet earth and pine. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, so the woods beyond the clearing were pure darkness. We made our way to the generator shed, a small wooden structure a few meters from the cabin. As I knelt down to inspect the machine, I heard something in the woods, a low crunching sound, like someone stepping carefully over dry branches. I stopped and listened, shining my flashlight toward the tree line. Nothing moved. Probably an animal, I thought aloud, but Claire's eyes were wide, her lips pressed tight. She didn't say anything. I fiddled with the generator's engine but couldn't get it started. It was old and unreliable, and with the cold and the humidity, I guessed it had flooded or something similar. We had no backup power source. We went back inside, locking the door behind us. The cabin seemed smaller now, every shadow seeming to grow. Emma was sitting on the couch, her knees pulled close to her chest, staring at the fireplace. That's when the knocking started. It was soft, at first, like a timid rap on the front door. I froze. Claire looked up sharply. Emma's eyes narrowed. We all knew there shouldn't be anyone outside. No other cars on the road. No neighbors for miles. The knocking came again, more persistent this time, but still hesitant, like whoever was out there wasn't sure they should be. I grabbed the nearest flashlight and moved toward the door. I told them to stay back. Through the window, I saw nothing. The yard was empty. The knocking turned into a thud, then a scrape, as if something heavy was being dragged along the porch. I opened the door just a crack, shining the flashlight out. The beam caught a pile of wet leaves, but no sign of anyone. I stepped out, trying to listen. The wind picked up, howling softly through the trees. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Then I saw it. A small, black bag lying just at the edge of the porch, half hidden under a broken branch. I picked it up, feeling its weight. It was heavy, but I couldn't tell what was inside. Back inside, Emma and Claire watched as I unzipped it. Inside was a laptop, mine actually, the one I had left on the table when the power went out. How it got outside, I had no idea. Then, under the laptop, there was a folded piece of paper. I unfolded it carefully. It was a printed photo, a picture of us, sitting at the cabin table earlier that day, looking exactly like we did now. There was no message, no name, just the photo. The air thickened. The three of us stared at the picture in silence, the flames in the fireplace flickering nervously. I locked the door and moved the curtains to block the windows. Every sound outside seemed amplified. The wind, the branches scraping, the distant call of an owl. We sat together on the couch, keeping the flashlight close. We tried to talk about what to do next, but the power was still out, and the storm outside was growing louder. Sleep was impossible. At some point, the knocking started again, this time on the back door. We all jumped, the tension snapping. Emma looked at me, eyes wide, her breathing shallow. Claire moved toward the kitchen, picking up a heavy cast iron pan. I walked slowly to the back door, flashlight in hand. No one there, just footprints in the mud, leading away from the cabin into the woods. We followed the trail with the flashlight beam, trying to see how far it went before it disappeared. The footprints stopped near a large oak tree, just beyond the edge of the clearing. There was a scrap of cloth caught on one of the branches. It was a piece of a dark jacket. I knew we had to call the police in the morning, but for now, there was nothing we could do but wait, trapped in the cabin with no power and no way to know if whoever had been there would come back. The rest of the night was long and tense. Every sound made us jump. A branch snapping, a distant animal cry, the shifting of the wind through the trees. When dawn finally broke, the first light poured through the windows like a blessing. We stepped outside cautiously. The rain from the night before had soaked everything, and the forest looked peaceful again. I called the sheriff's office from the nearest town, explaining the situation. They said they would send someone to check the area, but warned us not to leave the cabin until then. We waited for hours, nervous but relieved to see other cars finally arriving on the road. The deputies searched the woods but found no one. We packed up our things quickly, deciding not to stay another night. Driving away from the cabin felt like leaving a trap behind. The whole experience left us shaken. We talked little on the drive back. The silence between us was heavy, but we all understood something unspoken. Some people shouldn't be out there, watching from the shadows. The cabin, the dark woods, the knocking, the photo. They all stayed with me long after. I never found out who it was or why they targeted us. But I know one thing for sure. Some places are meant to be left alone, and some nights are better spent far away from the mountains and the dark. I was 32 when I decided to build a small cabin by myself on a patch of wooded land I'd bought the year before. This was up in northern Idaho, near Boundary County, not too far from the Canadian border. The land wasn't much, just 5 acres of rough trees and slope with a barely usable dirt access road that was always getting washed out. But it was mine. After years of working construction and saving every damn penny I could, I bought it outright for just under $28,000. Nothing on it. No power, no septic, no structures. Just thick timber, some old deer trails, and peace and quiet. I didn't tell many people about it. My brother knew and one guy I worked with, but that was about it. I wanted something for myself. Somewhere I could just get away, maybe even live out there part-time. No internet, no phone, no traffic. I liked the idea of building something from the ground up. Just my hands, tools, time, and the land. That summer, I made a couple trips up there with my truck and some lumber and tools, just enough to start the foundation. I wasn't trying to build anything huge, just a basic 12 by 16 cabin to start. Something I could expand later. I had a basic plan in my head. A small front porch, a sloped roof, one window on each side. Wood-burning stove inside, insulated enough to survive the winters. Something dry and simple and strong. That was my goal. Took a while just to clear enough space for the site. The ground was sloped, so I had to dig and level it by hand. Hauled out a ton of rocks and stumps. I built a platform on 6 concrete deck blocks and started framing the floor with pressure-treated 2x8s. I did it all solo, which slowed things down, but I didn't mind. I was patient. I slept in my truck on site, cooked over a propane stove, and spent every daylight hour working until I couldn't feel my hands. The quiet out there was deep and thick. No neighbors, just wind through the trees, birds, the occasional deer. Nights were cold even in August, and the silence after dark felt heavy in the chest. One weekend in early September, I went up planning to frame the walls. The forecast had mentioned some rain, but I didn't think much of it. It had been a dry summer so far. I loaded up my truck with 2x4s, a tarp, nails, food, and my tools. Left early Friday morning and reached the property by early afternoon. The drive took nearly 5 hours, counting a gas stop and slow going on the last stretch of washboard dirt road. The clouds had been stacking up all afternoon, big low-hanging gray ones, but there wasn't any thunder yet. I figured I had a few good hours to work before it came down. By 5 p.m., I had 2 of the walls framed and stood up. The place was finally starting to look like something. I could picture myself sitting on the porch, watching snow fall in the trees. Felt good. I started on the 3rd wall when the wind shifted hard. Just snapped like a switch got flipped. The treetops started swaying, and a sudden cold draft came in from the north. I looked up and saw the kind of sky that doesn't mess around. Real heavy, dark steel color, flat and wide, and quiet, too quiet for wind like that. That kind of sky doesn't drizzle. It dumps. I worked fast to prop up what I had, nailed temporary braces at angles to keep things from tipping. I covered my lumber pile with the tarp and threw some rocks on the corners to keep it from blowing off. Then I grabbed my backpack and stove and ducked into the skeleton of the cabin, already feeling the first drops starting to tap on my shoulders. Not gentle ones, big, fat, cold ones. It hit hard just as I got the tarp strung up across the open top of the frame. The rain came down like a waterfall, immediate, like somebody turned on a hose at full blast. No slow build, no light pitter-patter, just full assault. The tarp overhead barely helped. Water started running down the walls and pooling on the plywood floor. The wind kept tugging at the corners. I sat in the driest corner, back against the frame, with my knees pulled up and my coat zipped. It was going to be a long night. By nightfall, the rain hadn't let up. It only got worse. The air smelled like wet pine and earth. Every gust of wind slammed water sideways through the frame. I tried lighting my stove, but the damp kept snuffing it out. I chewed on some cold beef jerky and tried to stay warm. My boots were soaked. My socks too. The floor under me felt soft and spongy where it had taken water. I didn't like that. There was no phone signal up there, none at all. Closest town was 40 minutes away, and even that didn't have more than a diner and a gas station. I was stuck for the night. Sometime around midnight, I noticed the wind had calmed slightly, but the rain kept going. Just a steady, soaking downpour. The sound of it on the tarp was constant and numbing like white noise. I started dozing off, leaning against a stack of sheathed plywood, when I heard something different. A thud, not loud but solid, like wood hitting wood. I sat up, listened hard. Another thud, same direction, from the back side of the cabin. Then a scraping sound like something dragging against the frame. I figured it had to be a branch or something. Maybe one of the trees behind me lost a limb in the wind. I grabbed my flashlight and crawled to the opening where the back wall would be. Shined the light out into the dark. The rain reflected the beam like glitter. Couldn't see far. I stepped outside, boots sloshing in the mud, and circled around the cabin. The light held out ahead of me. Nothing. No branch, no tree down. I looked at the wall I'd framed that afternoon. The braces were still there, holding it steady. Everything seemed fine. Then I heard it again, behind me this time. Thud. Then a crack. I spun fast, almost lost my footing. I pointed the light into the trees. Nothing. I stood there in the rain, breath fogging, listening. All I could hear was the steady falling water. But I knew I'd heard something. Something close. I didn't like the feeling that crept up then. The kind that's not fear, not yet, but your skin starts tightening and your stomach tenses. I slowly backed into the cabin frame and sat back down. Water was dripping through a seam in the tarp now. I pulled my coat tighter and tried to ignore the sounds, but they didn't stop. Every 20 minutes or so, I'd hear something, branches snapping, soft thuds, even what sounded like movement in the underbrush. And the worst part was, they weren't coming from the same place. It was like whatever it was, if it was anything, was circling me, watching maybe, or maybe it was nothing, just my nerves. Hard to tell in that kind of weather. The dark plays tricks on you. Still, I didn't sleep. Just sat there with my flashlight in one hand, a hammer in the other, like either one was going to help. At one point, close to 3 a.m., I finally heard something that made my spine lock up. A creak of the wood platform. Inside the frame, a weight shifting, not loud, but right there. I held my breath, didn't move. I didn't even shine the light. I just listened. Then nothing, just rain again. But that creak was real. I knew it. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, eyes wide, every muscle tense. Eventually, morning came. The sky lightened to a gray wash. The rain eased off. I stepped out and walked a slow circle around the cabin, checking for prints, for anything out of place. Nothing. Just mud, pine needles, puddles. My stack of lumber was untouched. My tools still where I'd left them. Maybe it was an animal. A bear, maybe, though they usually make more noise. Or maybe I was just exhausted and half hallucinating. I didn't know. But I felt something that night I hadn't felt before. Like I didn't belong out here. Like I was being watched. Still, I wasn't about to give up, to come too far. I stayed another full day to finish the walls. By then, the rain had cleared, and the sun was trying to punch through the clouds. I dried my socks over a small fire. I worked quietly, ears tuned to every sound. That night, I slept in my truck, doors locked. I kept coming back over the next few weeks, but I never stayed overnight again. Not alone. I drive up, work for the day, and head out by sundown. I finished the cabin in mid-October, windows in, roof on, with stove installed. It looked damn good, I won't lie. Solid, square, warm. But I never stayed there a full night again. Not by myself. Even years later, when it was fully livable with a bed, a table, a rain barrel, solar panels, whatever, I always left before dark if I was alone. And that feeling never went away. That sharp, quiet pressure in your chest. Like something in the trees was waiting. I don't know what was out there that night. Maybe it was just nerves and the storm and the creaking of wet wood. But maybe not. All I know is I built that place with my own hands, and I'm proud of it. But I also learned that the wilderness doesn't care how tough you are, or how much prep you've done. It just is. And when you're out there, really out there, alone in the dark, with nothing between you and the wet black trees except some plywood and tarp, you're not the one in control. Not really. So I still go. I still use the cabin sometimes. But I don't go alone anymore. And I don't stay when the weather turns. Because once you hear something that you can't explain in the place you thought was your own, no matter how solid you build it, it never feels the same again. That night taught me something. Not about ghosts or monsters, just about limits, and how thin the line is between feeling prepared and feeling helpless, between quiet and danger, between being alone and being watched. And I never forgot it. The year was 2019. I was 31, living in Manchester, and desperate for a break from the city noise and my endlessly stressful job. The idea of a quiet weekend away in the English countryside sounded like exactly what I needed. A place to think, to rest, and maybe write a little in peace. I found a small, isolated cabin for rent on Blackwood Moor, a stretch of wild heathland north of the Peak District. The owner's photos showed a neat wooden cabin surrounded by thick, gnarled trees and wide moorland, the kind of place that looked untouched by time. The cabin was perfect, just the right size for one, with a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a little porch that faced out onto the open moor. The moor itself was a wild patch of land, scattered with rough heather and grasses, and dotted with ancient stone walls. The nearest village was miles away, a tiny cluster of homes with a single pub and a post office. Blackwood Moor was beautiful, quiet, and remote. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon in early October. The air was crisp and cool, the sky cloudy but not yet threatening rain. The drive from the train station had been winding and narrow, with only occasional signs of human life. The trees grew thick and dark on either side of the road, their branches twisting like reaching fingers. I remember feeling a flicker of unease when I passed a small, run-down cottage with broken windows and a faded, for sale sign leaning crookedly against a fence. It looked abandoned, but there was something about the way the curtains twitched inside that caught my eye. I shook off the feeling and pulled up to the cabin just as the sun began to slip behind the hills. The wooden door creaked when I pushed it open, and the scent of old pine and smoke greeted me. Inside, the cabin was tidy but simple. A small table sat against one wall, a single chair pulled up to it. On the table was an old, battered notebook, along with a stub of a pencil. I placed my bag down and went to the window, looking out over the moor. The wind whispered softly through the grasses. That first evening, I unpacked and got a fire going in the stove. The cabin was cold, the wooden walls thin, but the fire made a comforting crackle and warmth spread through the room. Outside, the wind picked up, and the sky darkened to a deep gray. I pulled on a thick sweater and settled into the chair with the notebook, thinking I might write a little. The silence was almost complete except for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the soft popping of the fire. It was a welcome change from the constant hum of city life. Still, As night settled in, a different kind of quiet took over, one that made every sound sharper, every shadow deeper. I was about to close the notebook and head to bed when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye, near the edge of the trees that ringed the clearing where the cabin sat. At first, I thought it might be a deer or a fox, but the shape was too upright, too deliberate. A woman, standing just beyond the tree line, watching me. She was thin and tall, with long dark hair that hung loosely around her shoulders. Her clothes looked worn and dirty, a long, faded coat that hung open like she had been outside all day. The light was poor, but her pale face was unmistakable. A face that felt too still, too expressionless, like she was holding herself rigid. I blinked, and she was gone. Just like that, the shadow slipped between the trees and disappeared. I told myself it was a trick of the light, the wind moving branches, or maybe just my imagination. I was tired and a little jumpy from the long drive. Still, a chill ran down my spine, and I locked the door just to be safe. The next day, the sky was gray and threatening rain. I stayed inside most of the morning, trying to shake the uneasy feeling from the night before. I wandered out briefly around noon to explore the area. The moor stretched endlessly in every direction, rolling and empty except for the occasional outcrop of stones or patches of scrubby trees. The wind had picked up again, cool and biting. I wandered back toward the tree line near the cabin, looking for any sign of the woman from last night. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing at all to suggest someone had been standing there just hours before. I tried to put the incident out of my mind and spent the afternoon reading and tending the fire. Later, as evening fell again, the wind turned fierce. I could hear it thrashing the trees outside, rattling the windows and shaking the cabin. The sky darkened to a deep indigo, the last light slipping behind the hills. I lit every lamp in the cabin and sat near the fire, trying to focus on the steady flicker of the flames. It was then I saw her again. She stood just outside the window, pressed against the glass as if watching me. Her face was clearer this time, pale and gaunt, eyes dark and hollow. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared with a cold intensity that made my stomach knot. I stood frozen, heart pounding, watching her pale face appear and disappear in the shadows outside. She was close enough to see the dirt on her coat, the faint scars on her hands, but she never made a sound. After what felt like an eternity, she turned slowly and vanished into the darkness beyond the trees. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secured. But no matter how many times I checked, the feeling of being watched didn't fade. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the cabin, every howl of the wind, made me jump. I stayed awake with the fire burning low, listening for footsteps outside. The next morning, the rain came in thick sheets. The moor was drenched and gray, the sky heavy with clouds. I stayed inside, the windows fogged with condensation, watching the drops race down the glass. For hours, I saw nothing but the wind moving the trees. But as evening came again, the storm grew worse. Thunder rolled low across the hills, and lightning flashed jagged and bright. I sat by the fire, wrapped in a thick blanket, feeling small and vulnerable in the vast wilderness. Then, suddenly, the cabin door rattled violently. I jumped up, heart in my throat, staring at the shaking wood. No one was there when I opened it, just the empty moor, drenched and wild, with rain pouring down like a curtain. But when I looked down, I saw footprints, barefoot and muddied, leading from the edge of the trees up to the cabin and stopping at the threshold. I traced the footprints with my eyes, following them back into the darkness. They disappeared among the roots and brambles, as if whoever had made them vanished into the storm. That night, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed as quickly as I could in the small hours, the storm raging outside like it wanted to tear the cabin apart. I locked up, took one last look at the wild moor around me, and hurried to my car. The road was slick with rain, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her standing in the trees, watching me leave. But the road was empty. As I drove back toward Manchester, the storm began to clear, and the sky lightened with the first hints of dawn. It wasn't until I was hours away, safe in the city, that I realized the notebook on the table was still open. The pencil lay broken beside it. The pages were filled with strange marks and scratches, lines and shapes that looked like writing, but made no sense. They looked like someone had tried to write a message but given up halfway. I've never gone back to Blackwood Moor. The cabin was lovely, and the moor was beautiful, but the woman I saw there, she was something else. Not a ghost, not a myth, just a real person, lost or broken in some way, watching silently from the trees. The kind of person you don't want to meet, but who might be waiting for someone like me to come close. I still wonder about her sometimes. What she wanted, why she stayed in that lonely place, and whether, if I'd stayed longer, I would have learned her story or become part of it myself. My name is Luke, and I'm 35. This happened in October of 2022. I had just gone through a rough patch. My fiancée left me, and I was laid off from my job in Fort Collins, Colorado. I needed time away, so I decided to take a long solo trip into the San Juan Mountains. I wasn't planning on camping. I actually found an old hunting cabin that was available to rent on a private listing site. The guy who owned it said it had no running water or electricity, but it was quiet, isolated, and perfect for getting your mind right. That's what I needed. I brought my truck up there on a Friday morning. It was about 4 hours from town, off some old forestry roads that had barely seen a tire track in weeks. There were signs of recent snow higher up, but down in the lower valleys where the cabin sat, it was just cold and dry. The trees were golden with fall leaves. The cabin itself looked like it had been built in the 70s. No insulation, just a stone chimney, a wood stove, and some furniture that had seen better days. The kind of place that felt dead quiet when you stepped inside. There was no phone signal. That was fine by me. I brought some books, a camping stove, a few coolers full of food, some firewood, and my rifle. I always bring my rifle when I go into the woods. Colorado isn't known for danger, but between mountain lions and the occasional black bear, I'd rather have it and not need it. The first night, I lit a fire in the stove and read for a while. I fell asleep early and woke up to wine slapping the windows. Nothing strange. Old cabins creak, and the wind echoes through the woods in weird ways. I actually liked it. It felt like the world had gotten small enough for me to breathe again. Saturday morning, I walked down the hill behind the cabin where there was an old game trail that led to a little creek. I followed it for a while, just hiking with my hands in my jacket pockets, listening to the wind blow through the aspen leaves. I saw some deer tracks and something else that I didn't recognize. At first, I thought they were from a coyote, but the stride was wrong. Too wide, like something was walking upright but barefoot. I made a mental note of it but didn't worry. There were strange things in the mountains all the time. Doesn't mean anything bad. I came back to the cabin, made lunch, and spent the afternoon chopping more firewood. As the sun started going down, I cooked a small meal and lit the lanterns. I had brought a few battery-powered ones since the cabin didn't have any power. The darkness out there was thick, thicker than anything you feel in a town or city. When the sun drops behind the ridge, it's like someone closes the door on the world. That night was different. I was sitting in the old chair near the stove when I thought I heard something outside. It was sharp and sudden, like a heavy footstep on the porch. I stood still for a while, rifle close by, and waited. Nothing came after that. Could have been a branch or even snow melting off the roof. but it didn't feel right. It felt like someone was standing out there, not making a sound. I didn't go outside. I just sat there with the fire until I got tired and crawled into the bed. Around 2 a.m., I woke up again. The wind was dead now. No noise, no movement. That's what woke me, the silence. Then I heard something faint, like breathing, not mine. It was so light I thought I imagined it. But then I heard it again, closer. It wasn't coming from inside. It was right outside the window next to the bed. The old wood frame didn't seal well, so sound leaked through easier than it should have. I held my breath and waited. For maybe a minute, it was like nothing moved. Then a long, slow drag of breath, like someone trying not to be heard. My skin went cold. I sat up and looked at the window. Couldn't see anything, just black trees and a bit of starlight. I stayed awake the rest of the night, rifle across my lap. I didn't sleep. In the morning, I went outside and checked the ground near the window. There were faint marks in the frost. Not deep prints, just smudges, like someone had been standing barefoot and still for a long time. No shoe treads, no boots, just long, skinny impressions that didn't make sense. I walked the property, circled around, and found more about 40 feet away, leading back into the woods. Same kind of marks, vanishing into a thicket. I considered packing up and leaving, but I told myself it could have been anything. A local hunter playing a prank. A hermit, maybe even just an animal. I wanted to believe that. I didn't want to seem paranoid. I had spent years trying to toughen up after growing up in a rough household. I wasn't going to get scared out of a cabin by a few marks in the dirt. That day passed without much else happening. I stayed close to the cabin and kept a fire going. But I noticed something strange. I kept thinking I saw movement between the trees, just quick flashes of dark shapes. Nothing I could hold my eyes on. I figured it was my imagination working overtime. But even then, I didn't feel alone anymore. When night fell again, I put my rifle next to me, left all the lanterns on, and tried to stay calm. I didn't hear anything for hours, but just after midnight, I smelled something. It was faint at first, wet earth and something rotten, like meat that had been sitting out too long. The wind wasn't blowing. The smell came in waves, like something was moving. I grabbed the rifle and stood near the door. I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't just wait. I peeked through the crack near the curtain and saw nothing. Then I heard that same sound from the night before, the breathing. But this time it was more than one. 2 sets of breathing, one deeper, one raspy. Both slow, both just outside the cabin. I aimed the rifle at the door and backed up until my knees hit the bed. My heart was going fast. I didn't want to shoot. I just wanted them to go away. Then I heard the doorknob move. Not jiggle, just move slightly like someone tested it gently. Not enough to open it, just enough to make sure I knew they were there. I didn't sleep that night either. In the morning, the smell was gone. The woods looked empty again. But I saw prints this time clearer. Bare human feet, but way too long, with strange gaps between the toes. I followed them maybe 30 yards before they disappeared into hard ground. I kept thinking they'd be back. I started noticing more signs around the cabin. Scratches high up on tree trunks, about 7 or 8 feet off the ground, like someone had dragged nails across the bark. I stayed one more night. It was a mistake. That final night, I nailed a board across the door from the inside and stacked some furniture in front of it. I didn't cook, didn't read. I just waited. At around 11 p.m., the cabin shook slightly, like something heavy had landed on the roof. I looked up and didn't move. Then I heard a slow, dragging sound. Whatever it was crawling across the roof. I heard claws on the shingles. Not footsteps, claws. Paused above me right over the bedroom. Then I heard it jump down. Not off the porch, off the back. It circled the cabin, slow and steady. Then silence. I waited hours like that. Just before dawn, I saw something move in front of the window. A tall figure, naked, with skin stretched too thin over the bones. It didn't look at me, just walked by, but the way it moved wasn't right. Like it didn't understand how to walk like a person. Its legs bent wrong, and its arms were too long. When the sun finally came up, I packed everything in 5 minutes and got out. I didn't stop to eat or rest. I drove straight down the mountain, barely slowing on the turns. I didn't tell anyone about it for a long time. I thought maybe it was in my head. But when I looked up local stories later, I found other reports of people seeing strange figures near that same ridge. People described tall, pale things with weird movements. Some called them skinwalkers, but I don't believe in magic or legends. I believe there are things out there, people maybe, that have been living wild for too long. Something that learned to hunt and watch and stay quiet. Something that stopped being human a long time ago, if it ever was. I didn't go back to the mountains for a year after that. I still carry a rifle every time I leave the road. But I don't trust cabins anymore, especially the ones that sit quiet and empty for too long. I've got a house now back in town. Solid doors, neighbors, phone signal. I sleep better, but some nights I still hear breathing in the silence. And I wonder if those things ever leave the woods, or if they're just waiting for people like me to come back. It was the fall of 2016 when I took a break from everything and rented a cabin in a remote part of Idaho, somewhere about 25 miles north of a small town called Ashton. I was 32 at the time, burned out from a job in tech sales in Denver. After back-to-back quarters of missing targets and a breakup that had been coming for months, I needed distance from everything. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't want phone service. I didn't want to hear traffic or scroll through apps or hear my own voice trying to explain how tired I was. I wanted a total reset, the kind where I could sleep, breathe, and not be anyone for a little while. The cabin I found was a privately owned little place near Henry's Fork. I got it through a classified ad posted by some older guy who inherited the place from his brother, I think. There were no real photos, just a grainy snapshot of the front porch and a promise of total seclusion. That was exactly what I wanted. I wired over the payment, got the address, and drove out 2 days later in my truck, packed light. Just food, water, a sleeping bag, and a 9mm handgun that I usually kept in my house. I'd never had to use it, but it felt right to bring it. By the time I arrived, it was just before sunset. The last few miles were rough, gravel roads that weren't maintained, just a single-lane trail swallowed by trees on both sides. The forest felt thick and indifferent, the kind of place where even if you screamed, your voice might not bounce back. It just disappeared into the trees. The cabin itself was small but solid. One story, dark wood, front porch with a pair of broken rocking chairs. No electricity, just a small wood stove, a table, and a thin twin bed against the wall. No bathroom either, just an outhouse about 30 yards back, near the edge of the tree line. There was a pump well for water. It smelled faintly of mildew when I walked in, but it was dry, and the roof didn't leak. I swept out a few dead spiders, got a small fire going, and cracked open a can of beans and some jerky for dinner. I didn't even bring books. I didn't want to stimulate myself. Just sit, listen, and shut off. The first few days passed peacefully. I woke with the sun, walked a few miles along the river trail, cooked, and sat on the porch most of the time. I listened to birds I couldn't name, watched the sky slowly dim in the evening, and let the silence fill the spaces in my head that had been screaming for months. On the fourth night, I woke up cold. The fire had died, and the temperature had dropped below freezing. It was just past 2 a.m. I got up to add more wood to the stove and sat near it until the heat returned. When I glanced out the small window beside the bed, I noticed a faint shape near the tree line, something pale and tall. At first, I thought it was a tree, maybe one that had caught the moonlight differently. I stood there, squinting for several seconds, but nothing moved. I wrote it off and went back to bed. Sleep came slower that night. The next day, I hiked further than usual, going about 6 miles downriver. I didn't see anyone.
No bootprints. No tire marks.
I didn't expect to. The nearest neighbor was supposed to be over 8 miles away. When I got back to the cabin in the afternoon, I noticed something I hadn't before. A small half-circle of disturbed dirt about 20 feet from the cabin, near where the firewood pile sat. It looked like someone had stepped there recently. Not with boots, just one single oddly shaped print. No treads, just a faint arch and heel. I crouched beside it, touched the soil. It hadn't rained in days, but the spot was a little softer than the dirt around it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe an animal, maybe the wind knocked something over and left the mark. I checked the cabin's latch, still locked. Everything inside looked untouched. Still, something in my stomach turned a bit. That night, I kept the handgun beside me on the table. I didn't light the fire. I wanted my eyes adjusted to the dark, just in case. I lay still in bed, listening. The forest was active, crickets, the occasional snap of a twig. Around 1 a.m., I heard a long, dragging sound outside, like something heavy being pulled through the dirt. It passed from the back of the cabin around to the porch. Then it stopped. I stayed frozen in bed for what felt like hours. No footsteps, no more noise, just the dragging and then silence. I didn't go to the window. I didn't want to give myself away with movement or light. In the morning, I stepped outside with the gun drawn. There were new marks in the dirt, drag lines from behind the outhouse to the front porch.
No footprints.
Nothing else. Just 2 parallel lines carved into the ground like something wide and heavy had been pulled by hand. I checked the outhouse. Empty. I considered leaving. The cabin didn't belong to me, and I hadn't told anyone where I'd gone except the guy who rented it to me. My phone had been off for days, shoved into the bottom of my bag. I powered it on, no service. Not even a single bar. I stayed another night. I don't know why. Maybe part of me didn't want to admit I was scared. Maybe I wanted to believe it was just a bear or some weird forest coincidence. But it wasn't. That night, I barely slept. I sat on the edge of the bed, gun on my lap, eyes on the window. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again, the dragging sound. Slower this time. Came from the trees, moved around the cabin, then stopped. Then came a different sound. Something brushed up against the wood paneling outside, right behind where I was sitting. A slow, scratching movement. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Whatever was out there stayed for a while. I could feel it. Then nothing. Morning came like a gift. I went outside again, this time walking a full circle around the cabin. I found a scrap of something caught on one of the porch nails. It was fabric. Dark green, maybe canvas, like the edge of a coat or tarp. It was torn at the seam, frayed badly, with what looked like dry mud or blood crusted at the edge. I pocketed it and made a decision. I was leaving. I packed everything, tossed it in the truck, and began the drive back down the gravel path. But I didn't make it far. Less than 2 miles in, a tree had fallen across the road. Not a big one, but wide enough and fresh. Its leaves were still green, which made no sense. There hadn't been any storms, no wind. It looked like it had been chopped down on purpose. I walked up to it and saw clean cuts on the base. Not natural, not fallen. I backed up, returned to the cabin, and locked myself inside. I considered trying to hike out on foot, but it was more than 20 miles through heavy forest, and I wasn't even sure I could get a signal out there. I'd have to wait it out and try again in daylight. The next night, I stayed awake again. I moved the table in front of the door and kept the gun loaded and close. At some point, I fell asleep sitting up, and when I woke to a noise, I couldn't tell if it had been real or a dream, but there was light, a dim, flickering orange glow coming through the window. I peeked through the corner and saw fire. Not the cabin, something burning near the trail, maybe a torch or small campfire, but it wasn't there the night before. Someone was out there, and they wanted me to know. By morning, it was gone.
No smoke, no ash.
Just the faintest hint of burned wood in the air. I didn't eat that day. I just sat, waiting for sunlight to move across the floor so I could try the road again. When I got back to the spot, the tree was gone. Moved. Completely. No sign of it having ever been there. The dirt where it fell was smoothed over. My truck tires were the only marks in the road. I drove like hell back to town, stopping only when I got back to a gas station in Ashton. I didn't even go to a hotel. I went straight to the sheriff's office and told them everything. I skipped the dragging noises and the light. I just told them someone had been on the property, maybe watching, maybe messing with me. I showed them the fabric and told them about the tree across the road. They sent a deputy to check it out. He called back 3 hours later. No sign of anyone, he said. The cabin was empty. No fire marks, no footprints, no evidence. Just old dirt and trees. I never got an answer. I never went back. A month later, I looked up the listing again. Gone. No contact for the owner. Disconnected number. That piece of fabric stayed in my glove box for years. I don't know why I kept it. Just a reminder, maybe, that something had been out there with me. Something with patience and time. And the one thing that stuck with me most was this. Nobody knew I was there. Not really, but someone did. I took the job in the fall of 2016. I was 29 at the time, recently laid off from a warehouse job back in Michigan. I needed something steady, and I wanted to be alone for a while after some personal things that had gone bad. Mostly a long relationship that ended worse than I expected. I wasn't good at sitting around and thinking, so when I saw an opening with the Colorado Division of Parks and Wildlife for a seasonal ranger job, I didn't think twice. I applied. A few weeks later, they called me up, did a short phone interview, and gave me the position. They sent me to a place called Knife Ridge State Park, a quiet, remote park tucked deep into the mountains, about 2.5 hours southwest of Colorado Springs. Not a big tourist spot. It had no massive waterfalls or famous trails. It was mostly known for deep forest, thick pines, and jagged rock formations that rose out of nowhere. The kind of place people either loved for its isolation or ignored because it felt too empty. I arrived in early October. Nights were already cold, and the trees were turning dark red and yellow. There were fewer visitors during that time of year, so the department only kept 2 rangers on site. The main guy was a veteran named Paul Meyer. I didn't know much about him, just that he was in his late 50s, kept to himself and worked year-round. The other one was me. Paul lived in a small 2-room cabin just off the main service road. My assigned cabin was deeper in, up a dirt path about 3 miles from the park entrance. It was built in the late 70s, all wood, 1-story, and not much bigger than a single wide trailer. It had a generator, a propane heater, a narrow cot, and a table. The park gave me a truck to use and a basic radio kit. No phone signal, no internet, just the wind and the trees and the silence. For the first few weeks, everything went fine. I did my rounds during the day, driving along the few trails, checking that gates were locked, that no one had started illegal campfires, that the paths weren't blocked by fallen limbs or snowdrifts. Sometimes I'd hike for hours without seeing a single person. Other times I'd find campers out past where they should be and give them a warning. Nights were always the same. I'd drive back to my cabin before sunset, make some food on the little stovetop, and sit by the small propane heater with a book. I'd usually fall asleep by 9 or 10. The wind through the trees was loud, and sometimes I'd hear animals walking near the cabin. Raccoons, deer, once maybe a bobcat, but nothing out of the ordinary. I was used to nature, and I'd always liked the sound of it. But then came the second week of November. The weather had dropped fast. One night it hit 15 degrees. Snow started sticking to the road and made driving difficult, so we began doing more of our rounds on foot. Paul gave me the east side of the park, which meant longer trails and more rugged hills. He told me to be careful, watch for ice near the ledges, and keep my radio charged. I nodded, took the keys, and headed out like normal. I remember the date, November 12th, because that was the day I found the car. It was late afternoon, maybe 4:30, when I reached a fork in the trail called Deer Hollow. It was mostly forested, but there was a turnoff that led to an old maintenance road no longer in use. Visitors weren't allowed back there. It was blocked by a steel gate and hadn't been maintained in years. I was hiking past when I saw fresh tire tracks in the snow. At first, I thought maybe Paul had come through, but the prints were too narrow for the park trucks. I followed the tracks around the bend, and that's when I saw it. An old dark green Subaru parked about 30 yards off the trail, tucked half behind a clump of brush and some low pine trees. No tags on the dash. All 4 doors closed. No one inside. I looked around but saw no footprints leading away from the vehicle. Just the tire tracks and a small semicircle of cleared snow where the car had idled for a while. I radioed Paul and told him what I'd found. He said he hadn't authorized anyone to camp there and hadn't seen anything on the logs. He told me to leave a violation notice on the windshield and mark it on the map. I did, but something about it felt off. The windshield had a thin sheet of ice on it, like it had been sitting for more than a day, and the driver's seat had a torn corner, like someone had stabbed it with something sharp. I didn't like that detail. I made a note in my book, took some photos with the park camera, and headed back before it got too dark. The next day, I went out to check if the car was still there. It was. Same spot. Still no prints, still no people. The notice I left hadn't been touched. On the third day, I came back and found the passenger door open. That made my stomach drop. The snow around the car had been disturbed, but not like someone walked up to it. More like something had come from underneath and shoved the door open from inside. I looked around. No footprints, no animal tracks, just broken branches and loose snow. I shut the door, took more photos, and again radioed Paul. This time, he told me to stay put and wait for him. He showed up 40 minutes later, checked the car himself, and called it in. That night, a sheriff's deputy came up and took over. I gave a report. They towed the car out the next day. I thought that was the end of it, but then things started getting worse. A week later, I started hearing sounds outside my cabin at night. At first, it was just light crunching in the snow, then heavier steps, then dragging. Not animal sounds, these were longer, slower, almost human, but not quite. I kept the heater off and listened from bed, holding the battery radio in one hand and my flashlight in the other. One night, I heard what sounded like a stick being scraped along the side of the cabin. I jumped up, pulled on my boots, and swung open the door with my flashlight raised. Nothing was there. No tracks in the snow. No broken limbs. Just darkness and the soft hiss of wind through the trees. The next morning, I found something under the back window. A narrow rope, frayed, old, like it had been cut from a tarp or tent. I didn't recognize it, and I hadn't used anything like it. I threw it in the trash and checked all the locks. That same day, Paul called and said he had to leave for a family emergency. Said he'd be gone 2 or 3 nights. Told me to watch both sectors. I said okay. I didn't tell him about the noises. Didn't want to sound paranoid. That night, I loaded the shotgun we kept in the cabin for bears. I didn't sleep. I sat by the window, peeking through the curtain, waiting for something to happen. Didn't. Just wind and cold. But the night after that, something knocked on the cabin door. Not hard, not loud, just 3 soft knocks. Slow, like they wanted me to know they were out there. I didn't open the door. I stood still for 10 minutes, then 15. I finally built up the nerve to peek through the slit in the curtain. Nothing. No one. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found a shape in the snow behind the cabin. Partial footprint. Barefoot. The heel and ball were clear.
No tread, no boot marks.
It was small, maybe the size of a woman's foot, but the toes were wrong. They looked too long, like they curled under slightly. I got in the truck and drove straight to Paul's cabin. No one answered. His place was locked up, truck gone. I left a note and drove to the park entrance, where we had a small station with a satellite phone. I called the sheriff's office and reported it. They said they'd send someone up. They didn't, or if they did, I never saw them. That night, I heard something on the roof. I was too scared to go outside. I sat in the corner with the shotgun, heart pounding, barely breathing. The steps above me moved slowly. Then something heavy dropped. Maybe snow, maybe not. I didn't check. I left all the lights on that night. The next morning, I found a dent in the tin roof. Shallow, but definitely new. There were scratch marks on the side of the cabin, too, faint, like from old nails or dull claws. I was done. I packed my bag, locked the cabin, and left a message on the ranger radio saying I was leaving due to an emergency. I drove out of the park and didn't look back. 3 weeks later, I got a call from Paul. He said the park was being shut down early for winter due to weather damage. He didn't explain. I asked about the green Subaru. He said it was reported stolen, but they never found the owner. He didn't ask why I left. I didn't tell him. To this day, I don't know who or what was outside that cabin. But I know this, it wasn't a bear. It wasn't a camper. It wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. And I will never, ever sleep in a ranger cabin alone again. Not after that. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. After a long year of working in a cramped office in Minneapolis, I wanted nothing more than to get away from the city noise and distractions. My name is Jack. I was 29 at the time, and I decided to spend a week in a cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I found a small rental cabin through an online listing. Isolated, rustic, no cell service, just the way I wanted it. The year was 2017, early October. The air was already cold at night, but the days were still warm enough to hike and explore without heavy winter gear. The drive from Minneapolis was long, about 5 hours north. I took my old Toyota pickup, loaded it with supplies. Food, water, firewood, a small propane stove, a first aid kit, a map, and extra batteries for my flashlight. I wanted to be prepared since the cabin was supposed to be completely off-grid. No running water, no electricity, just a well, a wood stove, and a small outhouse a short walk away. The last hour of the drive was rough, winding through narrow dirt roads barely wide enough for one vehicle. Pine trees lined both sides, their branches thick and dark, blocking most sunlight. I passed a few small farms and then finally reached a small dirt clearing where a hand-painted wooden sign read Pine Hollow Cabin. I parked, grabbed my bags, and walked up a short path lined with fallen leaves. The cabin was small, built of rough pine logs, with a stone chimney and a sagging front porch. The windows were grimy but intact. It looked like no one had stayed here for at least a year. The air smelled of damp wood and pine needles. I unlocked the door with the rusty key I'd been given and stepped inside. The cabin was colder than I expected. The interior was dark, lit only by the weak autumn daylight filtering through the windows. Inside, there was a small kitchen area with a counter, a rusty sink, no running water, a wood stove with a stack of logs beside it, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed in the corner with a thin mattress and old blankets. The floor creaked underfoot, and the smell of dust and mildew hung heavy in the air. I set my bags down and immediately started unpacking. I stacked firewood near the stove and collected some dry kindling from outside. Lighting the stove took a few tries, but once I got it going, the small cabin began to warm up. I boiled some water on the propane stove, made coffee, and sat by the window, watching the thick forest outside. The silence was almost overwhelming.
No cars, no planes, no voices.
Just the occasional chirp of birds or rustle of leaves when the wind blew. First, it was peaceful, exactly what I had hoped for. On the first night, I set up the bed with my sleeping bag on top of the mattress and prepared for a cold night. The fire in the stove crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. The air outside grew colder, and I shut the door tightly, double-checking the locks. I tried to read a book but kept hearing faint noises outside, the snapping of twigs, the rustling of underbrush. I reminded myself that it was just wildlife. Deer, squirrels, maybe raccoons. Still, it kept me on edge. I'd never spent a night alone this far out in the woods before. As the night deepened, the noises grew closer. Something large was moving near the cabin. My heart pounded as I listened to heavy footsteps crunching on the dead leaves around the cabin. I didn't want to look outside. Instead, I grabbed a hunting knife I had brought along and kept it close. When the noises stopped, I assumed whatever it was had moved on. But I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the cabin, every snap outside made me tense up. I kept imagining eyes watching from the dark. The next day, I decided to explore the area and get a better sense of my surroundings. I packed a small backpack with water, a snack, and my map, and set off into the woods. The trees were thick, tall pines and firs, with patches of birch and maple. The ground was covered in a carpet of needles and leaves. I walked carefully, marking my path on the map so I wouldn't get lost. The silence was still complete, except for the occasional call of a distant bird or the sound of my boots on the soft forest floor. After a few hours, I came to a small stream with clear, cold water. I filled my bottle and rested for a while. As I headed back to the cabin, I spotted some strange marks on a tree near the path. Deep scratches in the bark, too wide to be from an animal. I frowned, wondering if some kind of large animal had been here, or if someone else had passed by recently. Back at the cabin, I checked the perimeter. No obvious footprints, but I did find some broken branches and disturbed leaves. It looked like something had walked right past the cabin at some point. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but told myself it was just a deer or maybe a bear. That night, I again heard noises. This time, it was more persistent. The sounds of footsteps circling the cabin, breaking branches, moving slowly around. I grabbed my flashlight and knife again and sat near the stove, shining the light outside every few minutes. The darkness seemed to press in on the windows like a living thing. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of something moving just beyond the tree line. A tall figure, hunched and bulky, stepping silently through the shadows. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't recognize it as any animal. The shape seemed too human. I froze, barely daring to breathe. The figure didn't move closer. After what felt like an eternity, it retreated back into the woods. I stayed awake the rest of the night, listening to the occasional snap of twigs and the distant howl of a coyote. The following days were a mixture of unease and routine. I gathered more firewood, cooked simple meals, and tried to stay busy. The strange presence outside never fully disappeared. Sometimes, I'd see fresh footprints circling the cabin, large, booted, and sometimes barefoot. I found small piles of trash or food scraps moved or missing. One afternoon, while chopping wood near the edge of the clearing, I noticed a small campsite not far away. A fire pit with cold ashes, some discarded cans and bottles, and a torn backpack hanging from a low branch. It looked recent, maybe just a few days old. My stomach sank. Someone else had been this close to the cabin without my knowledge. I felt exposed, vulnerable. My mind raced with possibilities. Was it a hunter? Someone lost? Or worse, someone who didn't want me here? The isolation that had once been peaceful now felt suffocating. I tightened the locks on the cabin door, made sure all my knives and tools were close by, and kept the fire going all night to keep warm and maybe scare off any visitors. On the fifth night, the atmosphere shifted. The noises around the cabin grew louder and more aggressive. The footsteps were heavy and fast, circling the cabin repeatedly. Branches snapped as if someone was rushing through the woods, stopping, then coming back. My heart pounded in my chest. My hands trembled as I held the flashlight and knife. I sat in the darkest corner of the cabin, trying to control my breathing. Suddenly, a loud banging shook the front door. My body froze. Whoever it was trying to get inside. I grabbed the heavy wooden chair by the table and wedged it under the doorknob, trying to block the door. Then came more banging, harder this time, with growling sounds. Human or animal, I couldn't tell. Panic hit me like a wave. I looked around for any way to escape, but the windows were too small and high, and the back door was locked from inside. I grabbed my phone, hoping for a signal. Nothing. No bars. The banging stopped as suddenly as it started. The silence that followed was worse than the noise. I waited for what felt like hours before I dared to move. Morning came, pale and cold. I crept outside, careful not to make noise. The area around the front door was scarred. Deep dents in the wood, splintered edges, and footprints leading into the woods. I knew I had to leave. Staying here was no longer safe. I packed my things quickly, loading the truck, keeping my knife handy. I avoided looking into the woods as I drove away, heart racing with every shadow. When I finally reached the main highway and my phone found a signal, I called the local sheriff's office. They told me the area had seen a string of robberies and assaults in recent months, with some suspects believed to be hiding out in the woods. I had unknowingly stayed in their territory. I was lucky to leave unharmed. Since then, I've avoided the woods at night. The peace I once sought was shattered by something very real and very dangerous. The cabin was just a quiet place for those who wanted to hide in the shadows. I still think about those nights, the banging on the door, the figure in the woods, and the feeling of being watched. But I'm glad I got out. That trip taught me that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or legends, but the real people and dangers hiding in the silence. It was the summer of 2003 when I first stayed at my grandma's cabin in the small town of Tillamook, Oregon. The place had been in my family for decades, passed down from my great-grandfather. Grandma lived there alone, away from the town's few scattered houses, nestled deep in a patch of thick forest where the air always smelled like pine and damp earth. I was 25, just out of college, and feeling restless. When Grandma asked if I wanted to come stay for a few weeks to help with the garden and fix some things around the cabin, I jumped at the chance. I'd never spent that much time alone out there, and the idea of a quiet summer away from the city noise sounded good. The cabin was simple, about 800 square feet, with rough wooden walls inside and a stone fireplace in the main room. It had a porch that wrapped around the front and one side, looking out onto the forest. There was a small garden out back with rows of tomatoes, beans, and herbs, which Grandma tended carefully. Electricity was limited. There was a generator that powered a few outlets and a small fridge, but mostly we relied on oil lamps and a wood stove for heat and light. The well water tasted crisp and fresh, but it was cold, and you had to pump it by hand. I arrived on a sunny afternoon in June. Grandma greeted me with her usual smile, the lines on her face deep but kind, her eyes sharp and watchful. She showed me around the cabin, pointing out the places I might want to fix. A loose board on the porch, the garden fence that needed reinforcement, and the old outhouse a short walk away. She said she'd be going into town for a few days to visit an old friend, but that I could stay as long as I liked. I promised to take care of things. The first few days were peaceful. I woke early to the birdsong, brewed coffee over the stove, and wandered through the woods behind the cabin. The forest was dense with fir, cedar, and alder trees, thick with moss and ferns. I found a small creek where the water ran clear and cold, and I spent hours there, dipping my feet and watching the sunlight dance on the surface. At night, the only sounds were the hoot of an owl and the occasional rustle of something moving through the underbrush. But after a week, the peacefulness began to change. It started with small things, noises outside the cabin at night that didn't quite fit. Not the usual rustle of leaves or animal footsteps, but heavier, more deliberate sounds. Thuds against the walls, scraping noises near the windows. I told myself it was probably raccoons or deer, maybe even the wind moving fallen branches. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard a scraping sound just outside the porch. I grabbed the flashlight and went out to check. The beam of light cut through the dark forest, illuminating the worn wooden steps and the undergrowth beyond. Nothing moved, but on the porch floor, I found several deep scratches gouged into the wood. They looked fresh, too deep to be made by an animal's claws. I cleaned the porch and checked the locks on the doors and windows. The cabin was old, with thick wooden frames and heavy latches, but the locks were rusty and didn't always catch properly. I fixed what I could, using Grandma's toolbox, tightening screws and replacing hinges. I told myself to relax. There was no one nearby. The closest house was more than a mile away. That same night, I woke to the feeling of being watched. The room was dark except for a faint glow from the fire still smoldering in the hearth. I lay still, listening to the creaks and groans of the cabin settling. Outside, I thought I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate steps on the gravel path leading to the porch. I froze, heart pounding, waiting for something to happen. But the steps stopped suddenly. The forest grew silent again. Over the next few days, the incidents grew more frequent. I found more scratches on the porch and on the garden fence. My food supplies were disturbed. Bags shifted, cans knocked over, though nothing was missing. Sometimes I saw shadows moving between the trees just beyond the edge of the clearing, always staying just out of clear sight. I didn't see anyone, but I felt like something was watching, waiting. One afternoon, while repairing the fence, I noticed footprints in the soft earth nearby. They were large, but not like animal tracks. They looked like boots. I followed them cautiously toward the woods, but they disappeared where the ground was rockier and harder. I wondered if someone had come into the clearing without me noticing. I thought about calling Grandma to tell her, but she was visiting town and wouldn't be back for another week. The nearest phone was at the general store, a 20-minute walk, and I didn't want to leave the cabin alone if someone was lurking nearby. I had a cell phone with me, but the reception was spotty at best. That night, I set up a makeshift alarm system. I strung wire from the porch railing to nearby trees, attaching tin cans that would clatter if tripped. I planned to stay alert and try to catch whoever was out there. The plan worked. Just before dawn, the cans rattled sharply. I grabbed my flashlight and headed outside. The porch was dark, the air heavy with moisture. I moved carefully down the steps and scanned the ground. There were footprints again, leading into the forest. This time they were clearer, large, heavy boots with deep treads. I realized whoever it was knew the cabin well, had been here before. I checked the porch for damage. A board near the corner was splintered, as if someone had tried to pry it open. My heart raced. Whoever was out there wasn't just passing through. The next day, I tried to keep busy fixing the garden fence and tidying the cabin, but the feeling of unease grew heavier. I stayed inside more, locking every door and window, keeping a bat near the fireplace for protection. Late afternoon brought an unexpected sight. From the kitchen window, I saw a man standing at the edge of the clearing. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He didn't move, just stood there watching the cabin. I froze, unsure whether to confront him or retreat inside. He stayed for several minutes, then turned and vanished into the trees. I locked the door behind me and sat down, heart pounding. This wasn't just some random trespasser. Felt like something more. That evening, the wind picked up. Rain started softly, tapping on the roof and windows. I lit oil lamps, feeling the cold seep through the walls. The forest was alive with sounds. The rustle of leaves, the creak of branches, the distant call of a coyote. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that the man probably just wanted to scare me off. Or maybe he was someone from town upset about the property. But the reality was, I was alone, far from help. The following morning, I found a note pinned to the porch door with a rusty nail. It was crudely written on a torn piece of notebook paper. "Leave now. This place isn't for you." No signature, no explanation. Fear settled like a stone in my stomach. I debated calling the police, but the small-town sheriff's office was hours away, and I wasn't sure how seriously they'd take a warning like that. I had to decide whether to stay or leave. That day, I stayed inside, keeping the doors locked and the lights on. I made sure the generator was filled with fuel and charged my cell phone whenever possible. The rain continued all day, turning the forest muddy and slick. At night, the noises grew louder. Heavy footsteps circled the cabin, and I could hear something scratching at the door frames. I gripped the bat tightly, ready to defend myself if needed. Sleep was impossible. Every creak made me jump. Every shadow seemed to grow. The next morning, I was determined to leave. I packed a small bag with essentials, planning to hike back to the main road where I could get a ride into town. But when I stepped outside, I found the garden gate wide open, the fence broken in several places. My tools were scattered across the ground, and the porch was covered in muddy footprints. The man must have been here during the night. Panic surged through me. I moved quickly, gathering what I could, and started down the narrow dirt path that led to the road. The forest felt ominous, every sound amplified in the wet silence. Halfway along the path, I heard a twig snap behind me. I stopped, heart racing, and shone my flashlight back. Nothing. I started walking again, faster now, but the feeling of being followed grew. Suddenly, a figure stepped out from behind a tree. It was the man from before, his face obscured by shadow. He held something in his hand, a long, heavy metal pipe. I froze. He didn't say anything. He just stared. Slowly, he raised the pipe. I turned and ran as fast as I could, the rain soaking my clothes, the mud sucking at my boots. I didn't look back, only focused on the road ahead. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I kept going. When I finally burst onto the highway, a car stopped for me. I jumped in, gasping and shaking. The driver called the sheriff, and I told them everything. The police came to the cabin the next day. They found evidence of someone living nearby, a small campsite hidden in the woods, with blankets and canned food. The man had been watching the cabin for weeks, waiting for someone to leave. They never found him. After that summer, I never went back to the cabin alone. Grandma sold the place the following year. Still haunts me how close I came to something bad, how a quiet summer in the woods turned into a fight for survival. No ghosts, no fairy tales, just a man who shouldn't have been there, and a cabin that wasn't as safe as I thought. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the creak of old wood or the rustle of leaves, and I remember the fear that was real, sharp, and all-consuming. I never liked the city much. The noise, the crowded streets, the endless buzz of people and cars. It all got to me after a while. So, when I found a cheap cabin rental deep in the woods of northern Vermont, I jumped at the chance. It was late October 2017, and the air had that cold bite that hinted winter was just around the corner. I figured a few days away from everything, just me and my dog, Max, would clear my head. Max is a big, mixed-breed dog, half Labrador, half something else I never could tell. He's gentle but protective when needed. He's the reason I felt safe enough to take this trip alone. We'd been through plenty of rough spots together, and I trusted his instincts. The cabin sat near the edge of a thick forest, by a narrow, winding river that I could hear flowing softly when the wind was still. It was a small place, old, wooden, a little creaky, but it had charm. Inside, it smelled of pine and old wood. The furniture was simple and worn but clean. The windows were big and showed the trees outside in the late afternoon light. I unpacked slowly, setting down the few things I brought: a lantern, a stack of books, some canned food, and Max's bed and bowls. The dog immediately found a spot by the wood stove, curling up and letting out a soft sigh. I fed him, then started a fire to warm the room. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. I sat near the fire, watching the flames dance, feeling the quiet settle in. It was the kind of quiet city life doesn't have, thick and full of the sounds of nature. Crickets, rustling leaves, the distant call of an owl. That night, after eating a simple dinner, I went outside to stretch my legs. Max stayed close, ears perked, sniffing the cold air. The moon was just a sliver, barely lighting the forest floor. The trees loomed tall and dark, their branches clawing at the sky. The silence felt heavy, like the woods were holding their breath. I felt a small chill crawl up my spine, but Max seemed calm. Still, I kept a close eye on the shadows, feeling watched though I saw no one. Back inside, I locked the doors and windows, checked the fire, and settled into bed. Max lay at my feet, eyes half closed. The cabin creaked and sighed in the night wind. Somewhere far off, a twig snapped. Sleep came slowly. The next day, the sky was gray and low. I decided to explore a bit, following a narrow trail that ran along the riverbank. Max ran ahead, nose to the ground, chasing scents and the rustle of small animals. The forest was thick here, with moss-covered rocks and fallen leaves slick underfoot. I walked carefully, listening to the water rushing beside me. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. The kind of peace that can make you forget you're not alone. As the day wore on, I found a small clearing with a rickety old wooden bridge crossing the river. The boards were worn and uneven, some missing altogether. Max hesitated, looking back at me before stepping carefully onto the bridge. I crossed behind him, feeling the wood creak beneath my boots. Halfway across, I stopped. Something felt off. The air was colder here, damp and heavy. I looked down into the dark water rushing below. The forest on the other side was thick, and the shadows deepened. Then I heard it, a soft rustling from the trees, like footsteps but careful, deliberate. Not the easy scramble of a deer or raccoon. Something else. I called Max softly, but he didn't come right away. Instead, his hackles raised, and a low growl rumbled from deep in his throat. My heart sped up. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. I wanted to turn back, but the path behind me felt too exposed now, like stepping back would put me right in someone's sight. Then, a figure moved just beyond the tree line. A man, tall and lean, wearing a dark jacket and a baseball cap pulled low. I couldn't make out his face. I stepped forward, voice steady but firm, telling Max to come. The dog hesitated, still growling softly, eyes locked on the figure. The man didn't move. He just watched. Something about him didn't feel right. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. Without thinking, I turned and hurried across the rest of the bridge, Max close behind. The man didn't follow. He just disappeared back into the trees. Back at the cabin, I bolted the door and checked all the windows. Max was restless, pacing near the door, ears twitching. I sat by the fire, trying to calm down, but the image of that man lingered in my mind. The forest seemed to close in around me. Every shadow looked like a hiding place. Every sound felt like a warning. That night was worse. The wind howled and rattled the windows. Max stayed alert, occasionally growling at the door or the dark corners of the room. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside, slow and deliberate. I grabbed a heavy flashlight and opened the door just enough to look out. The forest was black and still. No sign of anyone. I locked up again and sat down, exhausted and uneasy. The next morning, the fog was thick. I debated leaving, but my car was parked a good mile down a dirt road, and I didn't want to risk walking alone in the fog. I decided to wait for it to clear. Max and I stayed inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every now and then, I caught glimpses of movement outside. A flash of dark fabric, a shadow slipping behind a tree. I packed some things up, ready to leave as soon as the weather cleared. But just before noon, the power went out. The cabin plunged into silence and darkness. I lit the lantern and checked the doors again. Then, I heard it, a slow, steady tapping on the window. Max growled and went to the door, his body tense. I crept to the window and looked out. There was nothing there. The tapping stopped. But then I saw footprints in the mud just outside the cabin. Heavy, booted prints, heading towards the woods. I decided then that I wouldn't wait any longer. I packed what I could carry quickly, grabbed Max's leash, and headed out the door. The forest was quiet, but the weight of unseen eyes pressed down on me. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves put me on edge. I kept close to the road, moving as fast as I could through the mud and leaves. Max stayed alert, scanning the trees, but he didn't bark. After what felt like hours, the trees began to thin. I saw my car in the distance, sitting alone on the dirt road. I ran the last stretch and jumped inside, locking the doors. Max jumped into the passenger seat, panting but calm. I started the engine and looked in the rearview mirror. The forest stood silent, but I knew that I wasn't the only one who had been watching. As I drove away, I kept glancing back at the trees, feeling the weight of the quiet and the unknown following me. I never went back to that cabin. I sold the gear and changed my vacation plans. Sometimes, late at night, I think about the man in the woods and the heavy footprints outside the cabin. Max still looks uneasy sometimes, ears twitching at the slightest sound. But I'm safe now, far away from those woods. And I think that's the only thing that really matters. It was the fall of 1997 when I first decided to get away from everything. I was 29, tired of the constant buzz of city life in Portland, Oregon, and desperate for quiet. My job at a small publishing house had worn me down. Endless hours behind a desk, deadlines that came faster than I could meet, and the background noise of traffic and neighbors. I needed to find something simple, a place where the only sounds were wind and trees, where the nights were dark and the air smelled like pine and earth. I found the cabin by accident while scrolling through an old real estate magazine. It was nestled deep in the Oregon Cascades, near a small town called Cascade Locks. The ad described it as a rustic cabin built in the late 1940s, barely touched since then, on a patch of land surrounded by dense forest. No electricity, no running water, just the basics and a wood stove. It sounded perfect. When I arrived, the air was already turning crisp, the kind of chill that makes you pull your jacket tighter around your neck. The road in was rough, a narrow dirt track winding through towering Douglas firs. their dark green needles rustling softly with each gust. I parked the old truck at the edge of a small clearing, the cabin just visible through the thick brush. It sat squat and sturdy, its weathered wooden boards darkened by decades of rain and sun. The roof was metal, dented and rusted but holding firm. I pushed open the creaky front door and stepped inside. The floorboards groaned under my boots, and dust motes danced in the shafts of late afternoon sunlight. The cabin was small, one room with a stone fireplace at one end, a rusty wood stove near the other, a narrow loft above, reachable by a rickety ladder, a small kitchen area with a sink, though no plumbing connected, and a wooden table scarred with years of use. Felt like stepping back in time, and I liked it. I spent the next few days unpacking, cleaning, and making the place livable. I chopped firewood, stacked it neatly by the door, and fetched water from a nearby stream that trickled through the forest. There was no cell phone signal here, no internet, no distractions. Just me, the cabin, and the vast wilderness stretching in every direction. The first night was cold. I built a fire in the stove and sat close, wrapped in a thick wool blanket, watching the flames flicker. The silence outside was complete. No cars, no dogs barking, no distant voices. Just the occasional call of an owl, the snap of a twig as a small animal moved through the underbrush. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Over the next week, I settled into a routine. Days were spent exploring nearby trails, fishing in the river, and reading books I'd brought along. Nights were for the fire, for staring into the dark and listening. I told myself this was exactly what I needed: time to think, to breathe, to escape. But something about the cabin, about the forest itself, started to change how I felt. At first, it was subtle. I noticed strange noises at night. Not the usual wildlife sounds, but something else. At times, it sounded like heavy footsteps crunching over dry leaves outside, slow and deliberate. Other times, there were faint thumps against the cabin walls, like someone or something was walking right outside, moving around the cabin. I convinced myself it was deer or elk. The forest was full of them, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger. One evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, I stepped outside to grab firewood. The sky was a dull orange pink, the clouds heavy and thick. As I bent down to pick up a log, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye, a figure standing just beyond the tree line. At first, I thought it was one of the deer, but no, this was a person. He was tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hat pulled low over his face. His hands were in his pockets, and he didn't move or make a sound. The moment I saw him, my heart leapt into my throat. I stood frozen, unsure if I should call out or run back inside. But then, as suddenly as he appeared, he vanished behind the trees. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow playing against the trunks. The woods were full of illusions like that. Yet, after that night, the sense of being watched turned into something worse, a creeping dread that I couldn't shake. The next few days were tense. I kept my doors locked and windows closed, even during the day. I kept a hunting knife on the table beside my bed. I tried to keep busy, to focus on fishing or gathering wood, but the forest felt hostile now, like it was closing in. Every rustle, every crack, sent my eyes darting toward the trees. One afternoon, while hiking down to the river, I found something that chilled me. Near a thick patch of underbrush, there were footprints. Not animal prints. These were boot prints, large and deep, pressed into the soft mud. They led from the forest edge toward the cabin. I followed them, careful not to lose the trail, until they stopped abruptly at the base of a large pine tree. On the tree, carved into the bark, was a crude symbol, just a circle with an X inside it. The carving was fresh, the edges still sharp and clean. I didn't recognize the symbol, but it felt like a warning. I took a picture with my camera, my hands shaking, then hurried back to the cabin. The sun was low by the time I returned, and a thin fog was beginning to roll in from the mountains. That night, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the figure from the woods standing at the edge of the clearing, watching me. I thought about packing up and leaving, but something kept me rooted. I told myself I'd stay at least a few more days. I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't scared. But on the fourth night, things took a turn for the worse. Around midnight, I woke up to a sound outside. Heavy breathing, uneven and ragged. I grabbed my flashlight and crept to the window, heart pounding. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the clearing in front of the cabin. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then, just beyond the firewood pile, a pair of eyes reflected the light back at me. The figure was there again, closer this time. I swallowed hard, unable to move. The eyes held mine, unblinking and cold. Then the figure stepped forward into the light. I could make out his face now, rough, weathered skin, a thin scar running from his cheek to his jawline, and a hard, empty look in his eyes. I wanted to scream, to run, but I stayed frozen. Suddenly, the man turned and vanished back into the forest. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called the local sheriff's office on the payphone at the nearby gas station, but they said no one had reported anything strange in the area. The woods were remote, and strange sightings were often shrugged off as hunters or hikers. I returned to the cabin with a new resolve. I would leave the next day no matter what. I packed quickly, stacking my gear into the truck bed, but as I was closing the tailgate, I noticed footprints again. More boot prints, this time circling the cabin like a slow, careful patrol. I felt sick. The last night in the cabin was tense and restless. I sat by the dying fire, wrapped in my blanket, clutching the hunting knife. Every crack and snap outside made me jump. I kept the flashlight close, scanning the dark. Around 3 a.m., I heard a noise on the roof. Footsteps again, slow and heavy. The cabin creaked under the weight. I grabbed the flashlight and rushed outside, heart hammering, but saw nothing. No one. That morning, I left before dawn. The forest seemed to watch me as I drove down the dirt road, the sun barely peeking over the mountain ridges. Back in Portland, I told myself I'd never go back. But even now, years later, when I'm alone and it's dark, I still think about those footsteps outside the cabin, the eyes watching me from the trees, and the man with the scar who never spoke but made sure I knew he was there. I was 32 when I finally decided to take some real time off and disconnect from everything. It had been a brutal couple of years working construction in Oklahoma City. Long hours, bad weather, and non-stop pressure to meet deadlines that always felt impossible. I just wrapped up a highway resurfacing job that ran 3 months over schedule, and I needed to get away, even just for a weekend. My Uncle Stan, who passed away the year before, had owned a cabin out by Black Hollow, a little forgotten spot about 2 hours southeast of the city. The place sat on the edge of an old graveyard Carver Cemetery. It was one of those family burial grounds people used way back in the late 1800s. No one was buried there anymore. A handful of worn, lopsided headstones sat in the weeds, and most of the names on them were unreadable. The rest were tilted so far over I figured they'd fall and crack into pieces if the wind hit them just right. The cabin wasn't big. One room, a little bathroom added in the 90s, and a propane tank that fed a single heater and a 2-burner stove. It was the kind of place people didn't really visit unless they wanted to be alone. Stan used to go up there to drink and get away from his ex-wife. I went there to sleep for 20 hours and not look at my phone. The day I left, the forecast called for cool nights and mild days. No rain. Perfect. I packed my old Ford with enough canned food, water, a sleeping bag, some tools just in case, and a .38 revolver I kept locked in a case under the seat. I didn't expect trouble, but I'd been working in construction long enough to know that not expecting trouble was a good way to find it. The road to Black Hollow was paved until it wasn't. After a certain point, the highway peeled off into a narrow gravel path that curved around old ranch fences and creaked over dry creek beds. I only saw one other truck on the road that day, an old Dodge parked half in a ditch with a busted front tire. I slowed down, thought about stopping, but something in my gut told me not to. It didn't feel right. No one was around, and there was no sign anyone had gone to get help. The grass around it wasn't even flattened. I rolled on by. I reached the cabin just before sunset. The air was quiet, no wind, no birds. The trees behind the cabin swayed a little, not from wind, but from that subtle movement trees make when they've been standing still too long. The graveyard sat about 50 yards off to the right, up a slight rise. I saw the tops of the stones before I even got out of the truck. The place hadn't been touched since Stan died. Leaves were piled against the door, the porch sagged slightly, and one of the front steps cracked under my boot. Inside smelled like dust and propane. I opened all the windows, let the place breathe, then built a fire in the small iron stove in the corner. That first night was peaceful. I ate beans from a can, sat on the porch for a while, and just let myself feel the quiet. It was different kind of silence out there, dense, almost heavy. You don't notice how much noise cities have until you're somewhere that doesn't have any. No trucks, no radios, no dogs barking in the distance, just the wind and the slow creak of trees. Sometime around midnight, I woke up to a sound. Not loud, more like a shuffle. I sat up, heart thudding like it always does when you're yanked out of a dead sleep. I waited, holding my breath, trying to hear if it was something inside or outside. It was outside, just a soft dragging sound. Leaves moving. I stayed frozen for what felt like 10 minutes. Then I reached for the revolver, crept to the door, and listened. Nothing, not a whisper. I told myself it was probably an animal, raccoons or deer. Stan had always warned me about coyotes, but they didn't usually come that close to buildings. I slept again, fitfully, and woke just after sunrise. Stepping outside, I saw something strange in the dirt near the side of the cabin. Not footprints exactly, but marks, like someone or something had shuffled through the leaves in slow half circles. They were shallow but clear enough to notice. No defined boot tread, just flattened leaf piles with dragged edges. I walked over toward the graveyard. I hadn't planned on going up there, but curiosity was stronger than sense. The stones were even more deteriorated up close. One had cracked in half, and the top piece lay flat in the grass, like someone had stomped on it years ago. Most were just short pillars worn smooth by decades of wind and rain. No flowers, no signs anyone had visited in decades. I stood there for a while, scanning the ground, noticing more of those shallow drag marks leading between a couple of the graves and heading back down the hill. I followed them with my eyes until I realized they curved and disappeared right near the edge of the woods. I tried to brush it off. Maybe a deer with a bad leg. Maybe an old drunk wandered through sometime in the past month. There were a few farmhouses scattered in the hills, but the closest was probably 5 miles out. The chances of someone stumbling all the way to that graveyard were low, but not impossible. That day I stayed busy, cleaned out the cabin, burned a pile of old rags and cans that Stan had left behind, fixed the screen on the front window. I figured if I worked hard enough, I wouldn't think too much about the sounds or the marks. But that night was worse. Started the same, quiet, still, peaceful. Then, around 2 a.m., I heard it again. That dragging sound, slower this time, and closer. It scraped right outside the window. Then it stopped. I didn't move. I laid there with the covers pulled to my chin, one hand on the grip of the gun, the other gripping the edge of the mattress. Then something tapped against the window. Once, Then again. Not hard, just a slow, deliberate touch like a stick or maybe a finger. I didn't get up. I didn't move. I stayed frozen in that position until dawn light crept through the gaps in the curtains. When I finally got the nerve to open the door, I stepped outside and saw something new. On the window ledge was a line of rocks. 6 small, rounded stones arranged side by side. None had been there the day before. They were smooth, almost like river rocks. The nearest creek was half a mile away. I didn't know what to make of it. It was too deliberate to be random, but not threatening in any obvious way. I walked around the cabin. More drag marks near the edge of the woods, the same direction as before. I decided to follow them this time. I grabbed my coat, stuffed the revolver in the pocket, and walked past the graveyard, up toward where the woods thickened. The path wasn't well worn, just a break in the grass and weeds. The drag marks vanished once I got deeper into the trees. The ground got firmer there, packed with pine needles. I listened as I walked, half hoping I wouldn't hear anything at all. About 200 yards in, I found an old shed, or maybe it was once a shack. The walls were falling in on themselves, and one side had completely collapsed. No roof, just the suggestion of one. Inside were broken crates, a rusted saw blade, and the skeleton of what might have been a cot. And bones. A pile of small animal bones in the corner, some broken, some whole. Mostly birds. Maybe a rabbit. I didn't stay long. I backed out and walked back to the cabin with a sick feeling in my gut. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window, the revolver on my lap, eyes fixed on the glass. Hours passed. Nothing. Then, just before dawn, I heard it again. Drag, shuffle, scrape. But this time, it didn't stay outside. Came onto the porch. I felt the boards creak under the weight. Slow steps, then silence. I didn't move. I held my breath and waited. Then came the sound of something being placed gently on the windowsill again. When the sun rose, I stepped out and saw what had been left this time. A small wooden cross, carved roughly, splintered at one end, with twine wrapped around the middle. There was dried red mud on it, maybe blood. I turned around and looked up at the graveyard. One of the stones had been dug around. Not deep, just the top layer disturbed, like someone had tried to start digging and stopped. A rusty trowel lay nearby. That was it for me. I packed everything I had into the truck, double-checked the locks on every door and window, and left. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I drove straight home and never returned to that cabin. A few months later, I called a guy I knew who handled property stuff and had him sell the land. I didn't care what he got for it. I just didn't want any part of it anymore. And I never found out who or what had been leaving those things. I never found out what the drag marks were or who had disturbed that grave. I didn't want to know. What I do know is this: there are places people were never meant to live in. Places that hold memories too deep to fade. And some silences aren't peaceful, they're watching. That cabin by the graveyard is one of those places. I'll never go back, not even if someone paid me, because some things out there don't need to be explained. They just need to be left alone. I was 33 when I made one of the worst mistakes of my life. It was late October 2022, just starting to get cold in northern Idaho, and I had been looking for a place to clear my head. I was coming off a breakup that drained me emotionally and mentally, and I didn't want to be around people for a while. I didn't want to hear advice or check my phone or hear coworkers talk about anything. I just wanted silence. I remembered my friend from college once told me about this quiet stretch of woods near Ash Hollow, a bit northeast of Sandpoint. There wasn't much out there except old Forest Service roads, overgrown logging trails, and miles of thick pine woods. It wasn't a park or anything official. It was just undeveloped land between two private properties that had been used for logging decades ago. He said there were some old hunting cabins out there too, way off the road, some of them falling apart. So I packed my gear and drove up. I had my sleeping bag, food for 5 days, plenty of water, a hunting knife, a flashlight with extra batteries, a reliable GPS unit, and a Ruger rifle I kept locked in the truck in case I ran into a bear or mountain lion. I wasn't planning to stay in a cabin. I had my tent, but I figured if I came across one and it wasn't about to fall down, maybe I'd sleep inside. A little shelter would be nice. The first day, I parked at the side of a Forest Service road and started hiking in. I followed a narrow game trail that looked like it hadn't seen a human foot in years. It wound down through heavy timber, past streams and low ravines, until the sound of the highway faded away completely. All I heard was wind in the trees and the occasional squirrel. I hiked for about 6 hours the first day. Around dusk, I came across what looked like a faint dirt track, mostly overgrown, probably an old ATV trail. I followed it for another 30 minutes, and just as the light was fading, I saw the outline of an old cabin through the trees. It sat in a small clearing, crooked and weathered, surrounded by pine needles and moss-covered rocks. It was single-story, maybe 20 by 30 feet, with a front porch that had mostly collapsed. The roof sagged but was still mostly intact, and the door was hanging slightly open. There was a rusted lantern on a beam and some ancient-looking animal traps leaning against the wall. I approached cautiously. I wasn't sure if it was safe structurally, but it looked better than sleeping outside with the wind picking up. Inside, the floor creaked but held my weight. There was an old stove in the corner, a broken-down wooden table, and a cot with no mattress, just cracked wooden slats. The place smelled of old wood and mildew, but there was no sign of recent human activity. No beer cans, no footprints, nothing. I checked the walls for holes, looked for animal nests, and set my bag down. It was cold, and I didn't want to spend the night setting up my tent in the dark. I closed the door, wedged it shut with a broken board, and laid out my sleeping bag on the floor where the boards seemed the strongest. That night was still. No animals, no bugs, just the sound of wind pushing through the trees. I remember thinking the place had a weird stillness to it, like the whole forest around it was holding its breath. I figured it was just the silence playing with my head. The next morning, I woke up stiff but alive. I boiled some water for instant coffee, ate a granola bar, and decided to explore a bit. I left a marker on the trail so I could find my way back. I walked for miles through brush and thorns, sometimes crossing deer trails or finding old tire tracks that vanished into nothing. Around midday, I found another structure deeper in the woods. This one was worse, just a pile of caved-in logs and mossy boards. It looked like it had burned at some point. I made my way back to the cabin before dusk and settled in again. I noticed something strange when I got inside. My sleeping bag was moved. Not a lot, but enough that it didn't look like how I left it. My bag was unzipped slightly, and I know I zipped it up all the way before I left. I figured maybe I didn't zip it as tight as I thought, or maybe I'd stepped on it coming in. Still, it left me uneasy. I made a mental note to keep my rifle closer. That night, I heard something outside. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up to soft crunching sounds. Footsteps in dry pine needles. Slow, deliberate. I laid there, frozen, listening. The sounds circled the cabin once, then stopped near the back. Then nothing. I gripped my rifle and waited. No more sounds came. I stayed awake until dawn. In the morning, I stepped outside and did a slow walk around the building. I found a set of faint prints, boot prints, not animal tracks. The ground was soft from old rain, and the prints were fresh. Too fresh. I hadn't seen anyone out here. My mind raced. Maybe a hunter? But it was too quiet for that. And what kind of hunter walks right up to someone's cabin in the middle of the night and just stands there? I considered packing up and hiking out, but something made me stay. Maybe pride. Maybe I didn't want to admit I was spooked. Maybe I thought I was being paranoid. That evening, I moved some of the heavier boards in front of the door. I set a few fishing line trip alarms using some cans and my spare line. I placed one by the door and one by the back wall. Nothing fancy, just something to alert me if anyone moved close. I tried to sleep but kept jerking awake at every creak of the wind. Around 1 a.m., I heard the back trip alarm go off. A soft metallic clink, then silence. I didn't move. I stayed under my blanket, rifle pointed toward the sound. My heart was pounding so hard I thought whoever was out there could hear it. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then nothing. No footsteps this time, no breathing, just the wind again. In the morning, I checked the tripwire. The line was cut, not snapped. Cut, clean break. Someone had known exactly where to find it and sliced it without triggering the alarm fully. That was it for me. I was done. I packed up my gear in a frenzy. I kept checking the trees, expecting to see someone watching. I made sure the rifle was loaded and ready. I followed the trail back toward my truck, staying off the open paths and moving quietly. I didn't stop for food or water. I just kept going. Took me almost 7 hours to get back to the road. The truck was still there, untouched. I unlocked it, threw everything in, and didn't look back. I drove until I got to the first gas station with cell service, then just sat there with my doors locked, trying to make sense of what happened. I didn't report it to the police. What would I say? Someone walked near my cabin in the woods? That someone might have been watching me? Maybe waiting for me to let my guard down? There was no crime. Nothing technically happened. But I know what I felt. I know the signs of someone stalking you. I've seen enough to know when something's off. The following week, I did some research. That area, Ash Hollow, had a weird reputation. Not haunted or cursed, nothing supernatural, but known for attracting off-grid people. Survivalists, anti-government types, people who didn't want to be found. There had been reports of hikers going missing over the years. Not many, not enough to make the news, but enough to notice if you dug. One forum post mentioned an old hunter's cabin matching the one I stayed in. Said it was used back in the 70s by a group that ran illegal animal traps way outside regulation. Another guy said someone still lived near there, deep off the grid, and didn't like visitors. That was the last time I went into the woods alone. I still camp sometimes, but only at public sites with other people around. I don't care if it's less peaceful. I don't care if I hear kids playing or radios blaring across the campground. That trip changed something in me. I wasn't followed out, and nothing happened after I left. But I still think about those boot prints, that clean-cut fishing line. The fact that someone was close, too close, watching, maybe waiting. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know what their plan was. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they were deciding. Either way, I was lucky. I left while I still could. Somewhere out there, maybe that cabin is still standing. Maybe it's completely rotted away by now. But I know for a fact that someone was living in those woods, watching, moving in silence. And I won't ever go back. I was 34 when I decided to take a break from everything and rent a remote cabin on a farm in southern Iowa. I worked a desk job in Chicago for nearly 10 years, and after the company restructured, I was offered a severance package that gave me just enough breathing room to disconnect for a while. I didn't have a family of my own. No kids. I wasn't married. I'd been in and out of a few relationships, but nothing stuck. The truth is, I just needed to be away from people for a bit. No offices. No city noise.
No hable Gaschens.
It was early October of 2019. The weather was starting to turn, especially out in the rural Midwest. I found the cabin listing on a site that catered to hunters and off-grid travelers. It was cheap, cheaper than it probably should have been. but I figured the low price was because it was in the middle of nowhere and had no Wi-Fi or TV. The only utilities it had were running water from a nearby well, propane for heat and cooking, and a small generator for lights. Cell service was nearly non-existent. I figured it was perfect. The cabin was on a large piece of farmland owned by a man named Russell. I only met him once when I first arrived. He drove an old Dodge pickup, had a long white beard, and barely said a word to me when I showed up. Just pointed to the long dirt road behind his barn and told me the cabin was about a mile down. He gave me a single brass key, a metal water canister, and a warning that the generator was a little finicky. Then he drove off without much else. I drove down that road slowly. The fields were empty, just dry corn stalks cut to the ground. I remember thinking how flat everything looked, but also how quiet it was. Not just peaceful quiet, but heavy quiet, the kind that seems to press into your ears. The cabin sat just at the edge of a thin tree line, past a dried-up creek bed. It was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet, and made of dark wood that looked almost black in the shade. There was a small porch with a single rocking chair and a pile of cut wood stacked neatly next to the door. The inside was simple. One main room with a cot, a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a small kitchenette. There was a narrow bathroom with a composting toilet and a tin shower. The smell of old wood and dirt filled the place. It was dusty, but not filthy. Lived in maybe once, but not for a long time. Still, I liked it. Felt like what I needed. The first couple days were uneventful. I unpacked, went for long walks around the property, and tried to clear my head. I brought a few books, a journal, and some canned food. The generator did the job when I needed light in the evening, and I kept the fire going at night to stay warm. The nights were pitch black. No street lights, no distant house lights. Just darkness and the occasional sound of crickets or a breeze through the trees. It was the third night when things started to feel strange. I was chopping wood outside just before dusk. I had a small axe and a stump near the tree line, about 30 yards from the cabin. As I split the last log, I had this sudden feeling that someone was watching me. I froze and looked around. Nothing, just empty fields, darkening trees, and the wind. But the feeling didn't leave. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but a creeping awareness that something wasn't right. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept hearing what sounded like small thuds outside, like something bumping into the side of the cabin or stepping on dry leaves. I chalked it up to raccoons or deer, but even then, it felt off. There were no footsteps, no scampering, just a single sound, then silence. Then it would happen again 20 minutes later. I eventually fell asleep, but it was a restless kind of sleep, the kind where your body rests but your mind stays half awake. The next morning, I went outside to look around. Nothing seemed out of place. The firewood was untouched, the porch was fine, and there were no tracks or signs of animals. Still, I walked the perimeter. About 40 yards out from the cabin, near the creek bed, I saw something that made my stomach twist. There was a pile of fresh cigarette butts, at least a dozen, scattered in the grass. They were damp from dew but clearly recent. I hadn't smoked a cigarette in years, and no one else was supposed to be out here. There were no boot prints or trash, just the butts, like someone had stood there for hours watching. I stood there a long time, staring at them. I didn't want to panic, but I felt this sudden pressure in my chest. I looked around again, nothing. The nearest neighbor, according to Russell, was 2 miles out. I hadn't seen a single car, person, or sign of life since I arrived. I spent the rest of the day with a kind of tightness in my body. I didn't leave the cabin again until late afternoon. I took a kitchen knife with me when I went out to gather more wood. I kept turning around, checking the trees. Every gust of wind, every snap of a twig made me flinch. That night, I didn't light the generator. I used a lantern and kept it low. I wanted to see out the windows, but didn't want anyone to see in. I shut the stove off early so the smoke wouldn't rise too long. I kept the knife next to the cot. I didn't sleep much. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. A single thud against the cabin wall. This time it was heavier. Not a small animal. It was low, near the back corner. I didn't move. I just lay there, heart pounding. A few seconds later, it happened again, this time on the opposite wall. Then nothing. I stayed awake until morning. When the sun came up, I circled the cabin again. Still nothing. No tracks.
No markings.
I went back to the spot near the creek. The cigarette butts were gone. Gone. There wasn't even a burn mark on the ground where they had been. I was certain of where they were. I'd stared at them the day before for a full minute. I walked in circles, scanning the grass. Nothing. I considered packing up and leaving. But part of me didn't want to believe it was anything. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe they weren't even cigarettes. Maybe I was losing it. I told myself I'd wait one more night, and if anything else happened, I'd leave the next morning. I made sure all the windows were locked. I kept the lantern off completely and didn't use the stove. I sat in the dark, knife in hand, and just listened. The wind picked up that night. The trees creaked and swayed. The dry leaves outside rustled constantly. Every sound bled into the next. But then, sometime around 3 a.m., the generator kicked on. I hadn't turned it on. I sat up fast, breathing hard. The light above the table flickered and stayed on. I got off the cot and stepped slowly toward the kitchen area. I listened. Nothing. I reached behind the cabinet and pulled the plug on the generator line. The light died. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting on the floor with the knife in my lap. Nothing else happened. When the sun rose, I made my decision. I was leaving.
Ipaket fast.
Just the essentials. Food, flashlight, my phone, journal, and the knife. I left the rest. I threw my bag in the car and turned the key. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. Click.
No ignition.
No lights on the dash. Dead. I opened the hood and checked what I could, but I didn't know much about engines. The battery looked fine, no loose cables. I tried again. Nothing. The road back to Russell's farm was a mile. I grabbed my bag and started walking. Felt longer this time. The fields were silent. The wind was gone. It was too quiet again. As I approached the barn, I saw Russell's truck, but no one was around. I called out even though I didn't want to. No answer. The farmhouse door was wide open. I stepped inside slowly. It smelled like damp wood and oil. The floor creaked under my feet. There were dishes in the sink, a coat on the chair, a pair of boots by the door. It looked like someone had just left, but the place was empty. I backed out and walked around the barn. I saw tire tracks, fresh ones, leading out the other side of the property. He had left. I didn't want to stay out there. I walked the 2 miles to the nearest neighbor Russell had mentioned. Took me almost an hour. When I finally reached the house, I knocked hard on the door. A woman in her 60s answered and looked at me like she'd seen a ghost. I explained who I was and where I'd been staying. When I mentioned Russell's name, her face went pale. "Russell died last year," she said. "Heart attack in his sleep. No one's lived on that property since." I couldn't speak. I just stood there, staring at her. She let me in, gave me water, and called the local sheriff. They went back with me to the cabin later that day. The place was exactly as I'd left it. My bags were gone. The generator was missing. The water canister was gone too. The sheriff asked if I was sure I had stayed there. I didn't know what to say. They towed my car. They found the battery cable had been cut clean with a blade. There was no record of any recent property rental. No listing on the site. Nothing. I took a bus back to Chicago a few days later. I never found out who I met, who gave me the key, or who watched me in the dark. I don't tell this story often because most people think I imagined it. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I lived it. I never went back to the woods again, and I never will. I was 34 the year I took a solo trip up to a hunting cabin in northern Idaho. It was mid-November 2019, and the cold had already started setting in hard. I'd been needing a break from the stress of my job down in Spokane. Software work, long hours, too much noise in my head. So when an old friend of mine let me use his dad's hunting cabin up in Boundary County, I jumped on it. The cabin sat just a few miles from the Canadian border, way back in the woods, with no cell reception and no nearby neighbors. It wasn't fancy, no running water, no electricity beyond a gas-powered generator. But it was enough. That's what I wanted, silence. The cabin was about a mile hike from the dirt road where I parked my truck, deep enough in that you couldn't hear anything but wind and the occasional crow. It was built in the 80s, mostly pine wood, with a metal roof and a wraparound porch. Inside was one large room with a wood stove in the center, a small kitchenette with a propane burner, a narrow bed against the wall, and some mounted deer heads and elk antlers that gave the place an old-time hunting feel. There was a little outhouse behind the place down a short path, and a small shed off to the left where the generator sat. I brought enough gear to last a week. Canned food, bottled water, a few jugs of propane, 2 boxes of .308 rounds for my rifle, and enough layers to stay warm even if the temps dropped below freezing. I was hoping to tag a buck while I was up there, maybe get some peace in the process. The first 2 days were quiet. I didn't see much. I hiked out early both mornings, climbing up the ridge behind the cabin before sunrise and sitting in a little clearing I'd found with a good line of sight through the pines. A few does pass through.
No books.
The third morning, though, I noticed something strange. It wasn't anything big, just a feeling, really. While I was hiking out around 5:30 a.m., the air felt different, still and heavy, like something was watching me. That kind of thing happens sometimes in the woods, especially when you're alone. I tried to shake it off. I didn't want my mind playing tricks on me. But later that day, when I was heading back toward the cabin around sunset, I found something odd. About 50 yards from the porch, just past a patch of scrub oak, I noticed boot prints. Not mine. I stopped and crouched beside them. The prints were newer than mine, fresher, and they were heading toward the cabin. They were made by a heavy tread, like work boots, but narrower than my own. The weird part was, I hadn't seen them earlier when I'd walked out that morning. That meant whoever left them had come sometime during the day. I followed the prints slowly, rifle slung over my shoulder, senses sharp. They led around the right side of the cabin, along the edge of the woods, then circled back behind the outhouse and disappeared into the trees. Whoever it was, they didn't come in, at least I hoped not. I checked the cabin's lock. It was still latched. I went inside, kept my rifle nearby, and stayed up late reading by lantern light, listening for anything. Nothing happened that night, but I didn't sleep well. I kept replaying those boot prints in my head. Was it a hunter who got turned around? Maybe, but why come so close to a cabin and then leave without knocking? Something didn't sit right. The next morning I woke up just before 6. It was cold frost covering the window glass. I pulled on my thermals and heavy jacket, boiled some water on the propane burner, and made instant coffee. I hesitated before going out. I don't know why, but I checked the prints again. They were still there, though now a little frosted over. No new ones, though. I went back up to the ridge, same spot as the last few days. Sat there until almost 11. Still no buck. I started making my way back down around lunchtime. That's when I saw it. A small pile of rocks, 4 or 5 of them, stacked neatly near a cedar tree, about 20 feet off the trail. I hadn't noticed them before. I don't think they were there. I walked over, crouched down. They weren't random. Someone had clearly arranged them. I looked around but didn't see anything else. Just woods, dead silent. Back at the cabin, I ate lunch, jerky, crackers, water, and tried to ignore the tight feeling in my chest. I didn't go out again that afternoon. Something was off and I didn't want to push it. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of crunching. Snow had started falling earlier that evening, just a light dusting. I sat up in bed and listened. More crunching. Slow footsteps, maybe 15 feet outside the cabin. My breath caught in my throat. I eased over to the window, peeking out from behind the curtain. First, I didn't see anything. Then I caught movement, just the outline of someone standing behind the woodpile, still facing the cabin. I couldn't see their face, just a figure. They weren't doing anything, just standing there. After what felt like forever, they stepped back and disappeared into the dark. I stayed awake the rest of the night with my rifle in hand, every creak of the cabin making my skin crawl. The first light, I went out, checking the snow. Sure enough, boot prints, same tread pattern as before, coming from the woods around the side, stopping behind the woodpile. I followed the prints back. They led into the trees, up toward the ridge, and vanished into thicker brush. I didn't see another soul.
No voices.
No movement, just silence and snow. I should have packed up and left right then. But I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was another hunter who saw the cabin and was just curious. Maybe I imagined some of it. I forced myself to stay, though I was on edge the entire time. That evening, just before dusk, I went to bring in more wood from the pile. That's when I noticed something on the side of the cabin. Scratched into the wood near the window were 4 lines. Not deep, but clear. 4 tall, straight scratches about a foot long each, running vertically. I stared at them, heart pounding. They weren't from an animal. They were too clean, too straight, like someone had used a knife. My window. I bolted the door, loaded my rifle, and lit every lantern I had. I stayed up all night again, listening. Nothing came, but the silence was worse. Every minute felt like it stretched forever. Next morning, I didn't go hunting. I just paced the porch, checking for new prints. Nothing fresh, but the feeling never left me. That night, everything changed. It was just after midnight. I was sitting on the bed, back to the wall, eyes on the window. I had my rifle across my lap. Wind was moving through the trees outside, and then I heard it. Faint scratching. Not loud, just slow, deliberate dragging like metal against wood. Came from the side of the cabin, near the shed. I moved slowly, grabbing my flashlight and aiming it through the window. I saw someone. They were crouched near the generator. Not messing with it, just crouched, looking toward the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then they stood up, turned, and walked into the woods. I didn't sleep at all. First light, I packed everything, crammed my gear into my pack, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and left. I didn't follow the road back to my truck. I cut through the trees, off trail, moving fast and quiet, checking over my shoulder every few minutes. I reached my truck, locked the doors, and didn't breathe easy until I was on the highway with cell reception again. I never found out who it was. No damage to the cabin, no signs they broke in. Just prints, scratches, and that presence. The sheriff's office said they'd send someone to check it out, but I never heard anything after that. My friend said his dad hadn't been up there in years, and no one else had keys. I didn't tell him everything, just that I saw signs of someone else and that I didn't feel safe. I never went back. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed, I think about that night, about the scratches on the window, the figure standing in the snow, the stacked rocks. I try to explain it logically. Maybe a squatter, a hunter gone off track, a hermit who didn't want to be found. But the thing that stays with me isn't what I saw. It's what I felt. The feeling that they knew I was there, that they'd been watching me from the start, and that if I'd stayed just one more night, something worse would have happened. That's what I believe, because sometimes People don't need to say a word to tell you everything. And the woods, they hold on to silence like a secret. I got out. I was lucky, and I'll never go back. My name is Ryan Morrow. I was 31 when this happened. It was September 2021. I had just taken a break from work. I lived alone in a small apartment in Raleigh, North Carolina, and worked remote IT support, which meant I spent a lot of time staring at screens. I needed to get away. I wanted peace, space, and no cell signal. I needed real quiet, so I booked a small off-grid cabin near Pisgah National Forest, way out in the mountains. I took my dog with me. His name's Huck. He's a 5-year-old black lab, big guy, lazy when he's home but alert outdoors. I trusted him. If something felt off, he'd know before I would. The cabin was listed online as a secluded forest escape.
No Wi-Fi.
No cell reception, no power, just a solar battery for lights, a wood stove, and a rain barrel for water. I packed food, a cooler with ice, and a portable camping stove just in case. I wanted isolation, and this place was really isolated, about 2 miles off the nearest road. You had to drive up an old fire trail that turned into nothing more than ruts between trees. Then you hiked the last quarter-mile with your gear. The cabin was small, just one room with a small sleeping loft and a cot mattress, a little table, 2 chairs, the stove, and shelves with some pots and pans. No glass windows, just screens with wood shutters that could be latched from the inside. The toilet was an outhouse about 30 yards out back, and the only light was a single bulb rigged to a solar panel outside. We got there late afternoon. I parked in the dirt pull-off, unloaded the cooler and my bags, and led Huck through the woods to the cabin. He was excited, tail up, nose to the ground, sniffing everything. We didn't see anyone on the drive-in, not a soul. It was quiet, so quiet it made your ears ring. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by dense trees and thick undergrowth. No trails around it.
No paths.
Just forest, a place forgotten by time. I dropped my bag inside and sat on the edge of the little wooden porch. Huck flopped down beside me, panting hard from the hike. The sun filtered through the trees in streaks. Felt perfect, quiet. I didn't even mind the outhouse or the fact the rain barrel was just a big drum with a lid. This was what I came for. That first night was uneventful. I made rice and beans on my camp stove outside, drank a warm beer from the cooler, and read by flashlight. Huck lay at the door, ears twitching at every forest sound. I rolled out my sleeping bag up in the loft and fell asleep fast. Huck curled up on the floor below me. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound, just a soft crunch, leaves or sticks. My heart jumped a bit, but I told myself it was deer, maybe a raccoon. The forest's full of things like that. Huck didn't bark, but he stood up and stared at the door. I didn't move. I lay there, breathing shallow, listening. 1, 2, 3 soft crunches outside. Then silence. Huck didn't growl, just stood there, watching. After maybe 5 minutes, he lay back down. In the morning, I walked the area. Saw nothing. No prints, no broken twigs, nothing strange. I told myself I was just wound up from being alone in the woods. That day, I hiked down toward a small stream I'd seen on the map, about half a mile south. The terrain was steep, and I had to go slow. Huck stayed close. We got there mid-morning. Water was cold and clean. I filled a bottle, splashed my face, and sat for a while. Huck drank from the edge, then lay on a patch of moss, watching the trees. Always watching. It was peaceful, but I kept thinking about that sound from the night before. That soft crunch. Not fast like a squirrel. Not heavy like a deer. Just slow, even steps. I told myself again that it could have been anything. Back at the cabin that afternoon, I made a fire in the little pit outside and cooked some pasta. I still hadn't seen anyone in 2 full days.
No voices, no planes, no distant cars.
Nothing. That night, I double-latched the door and shut all the shutters. I felt a little tense, but again, nothing happened. Just the creak of trees and the usual forest noises. Still, I slept light. The next morning, I saw something that didn't make sense. About 20 yards from the cabin, a small branch had been stuck into the ground, upright, with a strip of cloth tied to it. It was dirty, faded blue. I hadn't seen it before. It wasn't mine. Huck sniffed at it but didn't react much. I looked around, no footprints, no trash, no sign of people. Creeped me out. I pulled it out and tossed it deep into the woods. Later that day, I hiked a different direction, northwest, away from the road. I didn't go far, maybe half a mile again. I didn't want to get lost. When I turned back, I noticed Huck acting weird. His ears were up, and he kept pausing, looking behind us. Then he stopped completely and stared. I looked too. Nothing. Just trees. He didn't bark. He just stood there, stiff. Then after a minute, he started walking again. That night, I didn't sleep much. Around 2 a.m., Huck barked. Not loud, just once. Then a low growl. I sat up fast. The growl kept going low and steady. I looked out one of the shutters but saw only dark. I turned off the lantern, sat still. The growl stopped. Huck stood at the door, tense. After a long moment, he walked in a slow circle around the cabin, ears up, tail low. He lay down after that, but I didn't sleep. In the morning, I saw prints outside. Human prints, barefoot. They were faint, like someone had walked lightly in the soft dirt just before dawn. I counted 3 sets. One came up from the woods, paused near the porch, then veered off back toward the trees. No trash, no tools, no signs of who. Just the prints. I felt sick. I didn't hear them, didn't see them, and Huck only barked once. I knew they were watching. Maybe the night before, maybe longer. I packed that morning. I was supposed to stay 3 more nights, but I wasn't about to wait around. I carried my bags to the car, Huck close beside me. The hike back felt longer. I kept turning around. I loaded the car fast. Huck jumped in and didn't even look out the window. He just stared straight ahead. I started the drive down the trail, bouncing over roots and dips. I hit the gravel road and finally relaxed a little. Then I saw something in the rear view. Something moved across the trail behind me. Just for a second. Person. I couldn't make out their face. They stepped out, then back into the woods.
No shirt.
Just bare skin and dark pants. I didn't stop. Back in town, I called the ranger station. Told them someone might be squatting near that cabin. They said they'd check it out. I didn't hear back. I didn't ask again. I kept thinking about the cloth on the stick, about how quiet that place was. Too quiet. About the footprints that came up close to the door barefoot. I kept wondering how many nights they were out there, just beyond the trees, watching, waiting. What would have happened if I stayed one more night? I never went back. I haven't camped since. Huck sleeps in my room now by the door. He still reacts to certain noises, low growls at things I can't hear. But I trust him. He knew something was wrong before I did. I didn't make up anything about that trip. I didn't see a ghost or hear voices. No horror movie scenes. Just signs. Little things. A cloth on a stick. Footprints. A face in the trees. Real people can be worse than anything you imagine. And sometimes you don't realize how close danger is until it's already been standing right outside your door, waiting. It was the summer of 2013 when I decided to get away from everything for a while. I was 31 at the time, working a high-stress job at a tire factory in northern Indiana, and I'd been feeling stretched thin for months. My sister, who lived near La Crosse, Wisconsin, had inherited an old farm from our uncle who had passed away a few years earlier. It was way out in the country, almost 2 hours from the nearest gas station and even farther from anything resembling a town. She wasn't doing anything with it and told me I could use the old cabin on the property if I wanted to get away. I jumped at the offer. The drive up was quiet. I left early on a Saturday morning in late June. The skies were overcast and stayed that way the whole trip, making everything look a little more gray than usual. It was the kind of day where the clouds hang low enough to feel like they're pressing down on the ground. By the time I turned onto the gravel road leading to the property, my phone had already lost service. I remember thinking that was exactly what I needed. No work calls, no texts, no emails. The land stretched for what felt like miles in every direction. Just fields, some small wooded patches, and a broken fence line that had long since given up trying to keep anything in or out. The cabin sat about a quarter mile from the main gravel road, tucked at the edge of a tree line that bordered a long, mostly empty cornfield. It was old, built probably in the 1940s or earlier. Just one story, sagging porch, faded green roof, and paint that had long since peeled away. The windows were dusty and cracked at the edges, and the screen door was hanging on by one hinge. It smelled of dry wood and dust inside, but it was clean enough. The furniture was worn out but functional. An old couch, a wooden table, 2 chairs, and a twin-sized bed in the corner. The kitchen had a propane stove, an old sink with a hand pump, and some shelves that were still stocked with canned beans and flour. I brought my own food, so I didn't need any of it. There was no electricity. My sister warned me about that ahead of time. She told me to bring lanterns, which I did. I also brought a cooler with ice and enough food for 2 weeks. I planned to stay for just one, long enough to clear my head. There was an outhouse a few dozen feet behind the cabin and a rusty water tank near the trees. It was quiet, unnervingly quiet. No cars, no voices, just wind moving through the trees and the occasional bird call. The first 2 days were peaceful. I spent most of the time sitting on the porch, drinking instant coffee, and reading old paperbacks I hadn't touched in years. I'd wake up with the sun, walk the property, and eat simple meals. At night, I'd sit in the cabin with the lantern burning low, writing in a notebook or just listening to the night sounds. The place had a calming effect, though I couldn't shake a vague sense of unease. I chalked it up to being unused to the isolation. City life made me forget how loud silence could be. It was on the 3rd night that I started noticing things that didn't sit right with me. I'd gone to bed a little after 10 p.m. The air was thick and warm, and I left one window cracked to let in a breeze. I woke up around 2 a.m., unsure why. It wasn't a noise, at least not one I remembered, but I felt wide awake like something had pulled me out of sleep. I stayed in bed, listening. The wind had died down, and the crickets had gone quiet. It was that complete silence that you don't usually notice until something breaks it. I heard a faint crunching sound, like someone stepping on dry grass. It was soft but steady. I lay completely still, holding my breath. The sound moved slowly around the side of the cabin, then paused. I heard the screen door creak. Not a full open, just the creak of tension in the hinge. I sat up slowly and reached for my flashlight. I didn't turn it on right away. I just sat there in the dark, waiting. After about a minute, the sound stopped. I finally turned on the flashlight and swept it across the room. Nothing. I got out of bed and quietly walked to the window. I couldn't see much, just the outline of trees and the empty field beyond. I stood there for a few minutes before going back to bed. I didn't sleep again that night. The next morning, I walked around the cabin. There were faint boot prints in the dirt outside. Not fresh enough to be certain they were from that night, but I didn't remember seeing them before. They circled the cabin once and disappeared toward the treeline. I thought maybe a hunter had wandered onto the property. It wasn't impossible. My sister told me she hadn't been out here in over a year. Still, the idea of someone walking around at night unsettled me. That day, I kept my eyes open. Every little noise got my attention. I kept my flashlight and a knife by the bed that night. I slept in short bursts, waking up at every sound. Around 3 a.m., I heard the crunching again. This time it was slower. I could track the sound around the side of the cabin. It stopped near the porch. I sat up in bed, holding the knife in one hand and the flashlight in the other, too nervous to move. A few minutes passed. Then I heard the sound of something dragging along the outside wall. Not claws, more like fingers. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. After another few seconds, the dragging stopped. Then I heard nothing. I stayed like that for hours until the first light of dawn started coming through the window. That morning, I found fresh marks on the side of the cabin. Just shallow grooves along the wood siding, like someone had dragged a stick or tool across it. I also found a footprint at the bottom of the steps. It was clearer this time. Work boot tread. Same direction, toward the treeline. I thought about leaving then, but something about the situation made me angry. I felt like I was being messed with. Stalked, maybe. But the land was so far from anything that I couldn't understand why anyone would go through that kind of effort just to scare me. I decided to stay one more night. Just one. I didn't go far that day. I stayed close to the cabin and checked the woods briefly, but I didn't see anyone. Around sunset, I set up a small fire just off the porch and cooked a hot meal. I kept the flashlight and knife in my lap the whole time. When I finally went back inside, I left the lantern off. I figured if someone was watching, I wouldn't give them a target. I stayed awake all night. I sat in the dark, listening. Around 1:45 a.m., I heard it again, steps in the grass. But this time they came from a different direction. Not from the woods, from the field. Slow, deliberate steps. They stopped just short of the cabin. I could hear breathing outside the window, low and steady. Not loud, but unmistakable. I kept the knife tight in my hand. I didn't move. I thought maybe if I waited, they'd leave. But they didn't. I heard the screen door creak again, just once. Then something pressed slowly against the wooden door behind it. Not enough to open it, just enough to make it groan. I stayed frozen. It stayed like that for maybe 20 seconds. Then it stopped. Footsteps retreated, same slow pace, back across the yard. I waited until the sun was fully up before I dared to move. That was it for me. I packed up fast. I didn't even eat breakfast. I threw my bag into the truck and took off. The drive out felt like it took hours. I didn't stop until I got back to the main road and finally saw another car. My phone came back to life about 15 miles later. I had no signal out there the entire time. When I got home, I called my sister. I told her what happened, every detail. She didn't say much. She just told me she'd send someone to check the property. A week later, she called back and said the sheriff's deputy who went out found signs of someone squatting in the woods just beyond the cornfield. There was a small makeshift shelter and signs of recent campfires. Whoever it was, they were gone by the time the deputy got there. She had the place boarded up and didn't offer it to anyone again. It's been over 10 years now, but I still think about that trip sometimes. I think about how close that person got to the cabin, how they circled it, how they stood at the window. I think about the sound of their breathing through the screen. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't a monster. It was a real person. That's what makes it worse. Someone had been watching me. Someone out there had been waiting, and they were patient. The road had been rough and narrow for miles, winding deep into the heart of the Oregon woods. I'd driven my old pickup as far as it could go before the gravel faded into nothing but dirt and loose stones. My destination was a small, long-forgotten cabin marked on an old map I'd found in the back of a local library. The cabin wasn't on any current GPS, and the area was known for being sparsely traveled. I was 28 years old, a photographer with a keen interest in abandoned places and the stories they held. I'd grown up near the city, but my weekends had increasingly been spent chasing history and isolation in the wild. This cabin, rumored to have been deserted for decades, called to me as a perfect subject for my next project, a photo essay about forgotten rural life in the Pacific Northwest. The sun was just beginning to dip behind the tall evergreens as I parked my truck beside a fallen log. I stepped out, the air cool and thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. It had rained the night before, leaving the forest floor soft and slightly muddy. I took a deep breath and hoisted my backpack onto my shoulders, feeling the weight of my camera gear and supplies settle into place. The last stretch of the path was overgrown with weeds and brambles, as if no one had walked it in years. I pushed through branches and stepped carefully over roots, ears alert for any sounds beyond the usual forest hum. The rustling of small animals, the distant call of a crow, the whisper of the wind through the needles. I had been warned by locals not to wander too far in this area. Stories of trespassers getting lost or turning back early were common. But I felt confident and curious, confident that I was prepared, curious about what I would find. After about 20 minutes of hiking, I saw it, the cabin barely visible through the trees. It was small and worn, sitting crookedly on a slight hill. The wooden planks that formed its walls were gray and splintered, some missing altogether. The roof sagged in the middle, covered in moss and patches of old metal sheets that might once have been tin. The windows were broken or boarded up, except for one small pane that reflected the fading light. I walked around the cabin slowly, careful not to disturb the fragile balance of decay. A rusted old metal bucket lay near the porch, half buried in dirt and leaves. A collapsed stone chimney stood to one side, bricks scattered like fallen teeth. The whole place looked like it had been abandoned for at least 50 years, left to rot in the damp forest. The door creaked loudly as I pushed it open. Inside, the air was thick with dust and a faint musty smell. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet. Sunlight filtered in through the holes in the roof and broken windows, casting patterns on the walls. The cabin's interior was empty except for a few remnants: a broken chair, a rusted stove, and a small table with a cracked mirror. I began setting up my camera, trying to capture the eerie silence and stillness. The light was fading fast, so I worked quickly, taking photos of every detail: the peeling wallpaper, the layers of dirt on the floor, the spider webs hanging from ceiling beams. After a while, I stepped outside to stretch and check my phone. No signal as expected. The isolation felt real now, and a slight chill crawled up my neck despite the mild evening temperature. As darkness deepened, I realized I was going to have to spend the night if I wanted to finish the shoot. I had brought a small tent and some supplies in my pack. The idea of staying overnight in a cabin with no power or running water was a little unsettling, but the excitement of the project pushed me forward. I chose a spot near the cabin, on slightly higher ground, and pitched my tent. The forest around me seemed to close in tighter as night came. The sounds changed. The rustle of leaves grew louder. Branches tapped against each other like quiet whispers. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. I lit a small camp stove and boiled water for coffee, trying to calm the slight nervousness growing inside me. As I sat outside my tent, drinking the hot coffee, I noticed something strange. The forest, which had felt empty and silent earlier, now seemed to carry an undercurrent of movement and sounds I couldn't quite place. Twigs snapped far off in the dark, just out of sight. Leaves rustled without any obvious cause. The hairs on my arms stood up. I reminded myself it was just the forest coming alive at night, nothing more. But I felt eyes on me, even though no one was there. I scanned the shadows with my flashlight. The beam caught nothing but trees and underbrush. Later, curiosity drove me back to the cabin. I took my flashlight and stepped inside again. The air felt colder now, damper. I moved slowly, shining the light over the old wood and debris. On the table, something caught my eye. A small stack of yellowed papers tied with a faded ribbon. Carefully, I untied it and unfolded the top sheet. It was a letter written in a shaky hand. The ink was faded, but I could make out some words. It spoke of hardship, loneliness, and fear. The writer had lived there alone, worried about people passing through, concerned about safety. The letter mentioned a few visitors who came asking questions about the land, but none stayed long. As I read, a sudden noise startled me. A sharp crack from outside, like a branch breaking. I froze, listening. Nothing moved. I told myself it was just a deer or a raccoon, and returned the papers carefully. I stayed inside the cabin for a little longer, exploring the small room. In a corner, I found an old tin box, rusted shut. Using a rock from outside, I broke it open. Inside were a few coins, some faded photographs, and a pocket knife. The photos showed a man and a woman standing in front of the cabin, smiling but worn from years of hard work. I guessed they were the original owners. I slipped everything back inside the box and placed it under the table. It felt like a small connection to the people who had once called this place home. Suddenly, the wind picked up, howling through the broken windows. The cabin seemed to creak and moan as if alive. I grabbed my gear and hurried outside, the night air biting my skin. Back at my tent, I tried to sleep, but every noise made me jump. I lay awake, hearing footsteps crunching in the distance, shadows shifting just beyond the tent's thin walls. At some point, I heard voices, low, muffled, just beyond the trees. I didn't recognize the language, but they were definitely human. I held still, heart pounding. Maybe other campers or hunters nearby. The forest was known to have occasional visitors, but the voices stopped suddenly, and silence returned. The weight of isolation pressed down on me again. By morning, the sun filtered softly through the canopy, and the forest looked calm and welcoming. The eerie tension of night was gone. I packed up my tent and gear, wanting to leave but feeling a strange reluctance. Before I left, I took one last walk around the cabin, snapping final photos of the morning light touching the moss and the broken wood. The place, though abandoned and falling apart, held a quiet dignity. The people who had lived here had struggled against time, weather, and loneliness. The cabin was their mark, slowly returning to the earth. As I walked back to my truck, the forest seemed peaceful. The strange noises of the night now just part of the wild world. Driving away, I felt a mix of relief and gratitude. I had found what I came for. Not just pictures, but a story etched in wood and dirt, of human life lived quietly in the shadows. I knew I wouldn't forget that night, the way the dark had felt so close, the way the forest seemed to watch and listen. But I also knew that sometimes, what scares us most is simply the unknown, the loneliness of a place left behind, and the natural wildness that never truly sleeps. That cabin, abandoned and forgotten, was a reminder of something older and deeper than any ghost story. The reality of survival, isolation, and the passage of time. And for me, that was enough. Back in the fall of 2013, I took a break from work after a rough year. I had just turned 32, and I felt burned out, completely worn down. I worked as a freelance contractor, mostly doing wood refinishing and restoration. It paid well when jobs came in, but the physical work left me tired all the time. After dealing with a difficult divorce and a back injury that sidelined me for 3 months, I decided I needed time away. A real break. No phone, no emails, no jobs. My cousin Mike had an old hunting cabin up in eastern Oregon, near the Wallowa Mountains. It sat deep in a patch of private land that hadn't been used much in the past decade. Mike hadn't been up there himself in years, but he gave me the okay to use it as long as I wanted. He even mailed me the old key. There was no power, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a hand pump well about 30 yards from the front porch, and a small outhouse behind the tree line. It was early October when I drove up. I left Pendleton around noon and arrived just before sundown. The dirt road leading to the cabin wasn't in great shape, washed out in some spots and overgrown in others. I drove my old Tacoma through it slow, hoping I wouldn't get stuck. When I reached the clearing, the cabin stood there just as Mike described. Small, a little slanted, with that gray weather-beaten wood that made it look like part of the trees around it. I unpacked what I had: canned food, rice, some trail mix, jerky, a camping stove with extra propane, and a .30-06 hunting rifle I inherited from my dad years back. Not for hunting, just in case. I wasn't planning on seeing anyone, and I sure wasn't planning on being seen. That was the whole point, to disappear for a while. Reset. The first few days were calm. I chopped wood, boiled water, kept to myself. The mornings were cool, with fog hanging low in the valley. Nights got cold, dropping into the 30s, and the wood stove became essential. I kept a small fire going most of the time just to keep the chill out of the air. Around the 5th night, things started to feel different. Not bad, just odd. I'd be sitting on the front porch reading or just watching the trees sway, and I'd get that feeling like I wasn't alone. You know the one, when the hairs on your arms stand up for no reason, and you keep glancing behind you like something might be there. I chalked it up to being alone. I wasn't used to that kind of silence. In the city, there's always something humming, a siren in the distance, a car engine, something. Out there, it was dead quiet, but that feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse. On the 7th night, I heard something outside. It was late, maybe 2 a.m., and I had just gone to bed in the little cot by the stove. The fire was mostly out, just a few red coals. I was just drifting when I heard twigs snap outside, like someone walking. Not a deer, not heavy, but not light either. And it wasn't a 4-legged shuffle. It sounded like careful steps, one at a time. I sat up and listened, heart picking up a little. The cabin had one window, covered with an old wool blanket nailed at the top. I couldn't see anything, but the steps circled the cabin slowly, not rushing, not dragging. Just a single crunch, then another, then nothing for a few seconds, then again. I grabbed the rifle, not because I thought I needed it, but because I didn't know what else to do. I didn't call out. I didn't shine a light. I just sat there in the dark, listening. After a few minutes, the sound stopped completely. I didn't hear footsteps walking away. They just stopped. I sat there for an hour waiting for something more, but nothing happened. Next morning, I walked around the cabin. I didn't see anything. No prints, but the leaves had fallen thick, and the ground was damp. Hard to tell. Still, something had been there, or someone. That afternoon, I made a long circle around the area, maybe a half-mile loop through the trees, just looking. I found a few old deer trails, a crushed bush here and there, but no boot prints, no campsites, nothing human. I stayed close to the cabin the rest of the day. I had this creeping feeling like I was being watched. I kept looking into the trees, like something was there just behind them, just far enough to stay hidden. Sometimes I thought I saw movement, just a flash, like someone slipping behind a tree. But I'd stare and stare, and nothing would be there. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the rifle close and sat in the chair by the stove with the fire built up high. I didn't want to lie down. My ears kept playing tricks on me. Wind would blow and I'd hear a whisper. A branch would scrape the side of the cabin and I'd jump. At one point, I swore I heard breathing just outside the door. Not loud, but slow, like someone trying not to be heard. I didn't open the door. I didn't move. Sometime near dawn, I finally nodded off from exhaustion, but I was up again by 8, stiff and groggy. I was starting to feel the pressure. I hadn't seen a single person in a week, and now I was afraid someone was out there messing with me. I thought maybe a squatter or a hunter stumbled on the cabin and decided to play games. But they hadn't knocked. They hadn't shown themselves. That's what made it so bad. The silence, the watching. On day 9, I hiked down to the stream a mile from the cabin. I needed fresh water, and I wanted to clear my head. The walk was calm at first. The trail was quiet, just wind in the trees, birds chirping. I even started to think I was imagining things. Maybe the isolation was getting to me. But when I came back, I found something that stopped me cold. There were boot prints in the clearing. Not mine. I was wearing heavy hiking boots, size 12s. These were smaller, narrower, like someone in running shoes or lighter boots. They came from the tree line behind the cabin and stopped near the porch, then turned around and went back. No reason for anyone to be out here. The land belonged to Mike's uncle, and it hadn't been used for hunting in years. No marked trails, no signs of other camps. And these prints hadn't been there in the morning. I started thinking about heading back early, but I didn't want to run. I was stubborn. I thought if I just waited it out, whoever was out there would get bored. That night, I locked the door and kept the rifle beside me again. I barely moved. I was just waiting, heart racing every time the fire popped or the wind shifted. Around 3 a.m., the doorknob rattled. Not loud, just a slow jiggle. I froze. It lasted a few seconds, then silence. Nothing more.
No footsteps.
No shadow in the window, just that one sound. I didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, I made up my mind. I packed everything into the truck. I didn't eat, didn't even make coffee. I just wanted to get out. I left the cabin by 7, engine cold, tires crunching the frosty leaves. But not even a mile down the dirt road, I found something else. On the side of the trail, propped against a tree, was a pile of stones, stacked carefully, balanced even, like a marker. I didn't stop. I didn't take a picture. I just kept driving. It took 2 hours to reach the main road. I drove straight back to Pendleton and stayed at a motel on the edge of town. I locked the door. I kept the curtains shut. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had followed me. I felt eyes on me even in the city. In the weeks after, I told Mike. He laughed at first, said I was probably seeing deer or raccoons. But when I mentioned the boot prints and the door handle, he got quiet. He told me he'd only ever been up there a handful of times, and he didn't know anyone who'd go out there on foot. I didn't go back. Still haven't. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in skinwalkers or witches or any of that stuff. But I do believe people can be monsters. And I think someone was out there watching me for days. Maybe more. Someone who knew I was alone and waited for night to come before stepping out from the trees. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe they were planning something worse. I don't know. But that cabin, quiet and peaceful as it looked from the outside, was the scariest place I've ever been. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I didn't. And I'll never go back. It was in the fall of 2017. I was 34 then. I had just left my job in a warehouse in Kansas City after 10 years and decided to take a few months off before finding something new. I was single, no kids, and I had some savings to float on. I figured I'd use the time to get away from everything. City noise, stress, phones buzzing, all of it. A guy I used to work with told me about a small hunting cabin his family owned up in northern Arkansas. Said they didn't use it anymore. No one had gone up there in years. I asked if it had power or running water. He said no, but it had a wood stove, some cots, and a roof that didn't leak. That was good enough for me. I loaded up my old 2002 Silverado with supplies. Food, a camp stove, a couple of water jugs, sleeping bag, extra gas, and a small generator I had bought at a pawn shop. I even brought a rifle, not because I was hunting, but just to be cautious. I've always been the kind of guy who'd rather have it and not need it than the other way around. The cabin sat a few miles past a rock quarry that was out of business now. The road to it wasn't even a road anymore, more like a trail half swallowed by grass and brush. I had to crawl along in four-wheel drive to avoid getting stuck. I reached the cabin just after noon the first day. It looked pretty much how I expected, small, square, made of old wood that had grayed from years of sun and rain. A little porch sagged in the front. Trees surrounded it on all sides, thick and tall, stretching forever. I remember thinking it was perfect. Inside, the air smelled stale, like dry wood and dust. There were cobwebs in the corners and a couple of mice droppings on the floor, but otherwise it was solid. The place had one main room, a little cast iron stove in the center, a table made from 2x4s, and a narrow door in the back that led to a tiny room with 2 bunk beds. A rusted lantern hung from a nail, and an old pair of boots sat in the corner like someone had just stepped out of them and never came back. The first 2 days were quiet, peaceful. I'd wake up with the light, make coffee on the camp stove, sit on the porch and just listen. No traffic, no voices, just the wind moving through the trees and the occasional crack of branches in the woods. I chopped some wood from a dead tree nearby and stacked it beside the stove. Nights were colder than I expected, but I liked the quiet so much I didn't mind. I'd fall asleep to the sound of the fire popping. On the third day, things started to feel off. Not big, not loud, just off. I went out in the morning to refill my water jugs from a small creek about a half-mile east of the cabin. The trail I made to it was already starting to disappear. I had tied a red shirt to a tree branch near the cabin to mark the way, and that morning, it was gone. I thought maybe the wind had blown it off or something. I looked around and saw it laying about 10 feet off the trail, draped over a stump. It hadn't fallen there. It was tied, knotted onto the stump like someone had placed it that way. I stood there for a second just staring at it, trying to think if maybe I had tied it somewhere else and forgot. But I knew I hadn't. I'm not forgetful like that. I brought the water back, shook it off, and tried not to overthink it. Could have been a hunter, I told myself. Maybe a local kid messing around. But there weren't any other cabins around, no nearby towns within walking distance, and I hadn't seen a single person since I drove off the highway 3 days earlier. That night, I kept the rifle by the cot. On the 4th day, I went exploring. I had a map printed off the internet that showed an old fire trail looping west of the cabin through a hollow. I figured I'd follow it for a couple of miles, maybe take some pictures, stretch my legs. I was out for about 2 hours. Didn't see much. Just trees, dry leaves. The remains of an old deer stand halfway rotted on a birch tree. When I got back to the cabin, the front door was open. It hadn't been that way when I left. I know I shut it. I had even wedged a little stone under it to keep it from swinging open in the wind. The stone was gone. I froze just standing outside the clearing for a minute, watching. Nothing moved. No sound. I waited another few minutes before stepping onto the porch. I opened the door all the way with the barrel of the rifle. The inside looked untouched at first, but then I noticed my backpack was moved from the table to the floor. The zipper was half open. A can of beans I had left on the shelf was sitting on the table, even though I'd packed it away the night before. Nothing was taken. Whoever had been there didn't steal anything. They just moved stuff, like they wanted me to know they'd been inside. I searched the woods around the cabin until sunset, shouting out a few times even though I didn't expect an answer. I didn't find anyone.
No bootprints. No cigarette butts.
No trail. That night, I didn't sleep much. I locked the door from the inside and stacked 2 chairs under the handle. Kept the fire small so the light wouldn't show through the cracks in the wall. I sat there in the dark, rifle across my lap, heart pounding at every creak or thump. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps, slow, heavy ones, outside, crunching leaves. They stopped near the porch. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The fire was just coals then, casting weak orange light around the stove. My eyes were wide open. I didn't dare stand up. Then the footsteps moved again, this time circling the cabin, crunching around the side toward the back. Then nothing. I waited until morning before I moved. When the sun came up, I opened the door and stepped out with the rifle. The ground was disturbed. Someone had definitely walked around the cabin. The dirt was packed down in places like someone had stood there for a long time. But no clear boot prints, just scuffs and pressed leaves. Whoever it was had been smart, careful. I should have left then. I know that now, but I didn't want to feel like I was running. I kept telling myself it could have been a poacher, maybe someone squatting on old land, someone who didn't like people nearby. I was just a visitor. I figured maybe if I made it clear I wasn't staying long, they'd back off. That afternoon, I gathered my things and packed them tight. I planned to leave the next morning. I even loaded the generator into the truck bed. The rest of the gear I kept inside for one more night. At sunset, I saw smoke in the trees, thin and gray, rising about a quarter mile off to the east. Someone else had a fire going. I stared at it for a long time, then went back inside and kept the lantern off. Just before it got dark, I nailed a piece of wood across the door from the inside. Not because I thought it would stop anyone, but because I wanted them to know I wasn't going to let them come in again without a fight. That last night was the worst. Not because something happened, but because it didn't. I sat there, every second waiting for the sound of footsteps. A knock, a whisper, a movement. But nothing came. Just silence so heavy it felt like I could hear the trees thinking. I didn't sleep. I didn't even try. I just sat on the edge of the cot, eyes stuck on the door, holding the rifle with both hands until the morning light started to creep through the boards. As soon as it was bright enough to see, I packed the last of my things, took one last look around, and left. When I stepped off the porch, I found a dead bird nailed to a tree 10 feet from the cabin. A crow, stiff and gray-eyed. Its wings spread out like it had been pinned mid-flight. Below it, scratched into the bark, were 3 deep lines, just gouged like claws or a blade had raked it. That was it. That was the final message. I drove the truck fast down the old trail, bouncing and jolting over roots and rocks, not caring if I broke something on the undercarriage. I didn't stop once until I hit the highway 2 hours later. I didn't look back, didn't even tell the guy who gave me the cabin's location what had happened. I just said thanks and left it at that. It's been years since that trip. I still think about it. I think about the fact that nothing supernatural happened.
No ghosts, no monsters.
Just a presence, person, maybe more than one. Someone who didn't like me there. Someone who watched me from the trees, moved my things, stepped around my cabin at night, and left signs to let me know they could have done worse. I never went back. I never will. That cabin is probably still up there, sagging deeper into the earth, swallowed by trees. Whoever was out there may still be out there, waiting for the next person who thinks they're alone. But they won't be. It was late October of 1998 when I decided to take that trip back to the cabin. Not my cabin, not my place, but the one my ex-husband, Mark, had owned for years before we split up. We had been divorced almost 2 years by then, and life was still finding its balance, but something about that cabin called me, or maybe I just needed to face the past. The cabin was tucked away deep in the woods of northern Vermont, close enough to a small town but far enough to feel cut off from the world. Mark had always talked about how peaceful it was, surrounded by the thick forest and a small lake just a few hundred feet behind the clearing where the cabin sat. I remember visiting once or twice before the divorce, but I never stayed long. It was his place, his refuge. The road leading up to the cabin was a narrow dirt path that twisted through tall pine trees, their needles rustling in the cool autumn wind. The leaves were turning colors, yellow, orange, and red, and the air had that sharp bite that only October could bring. I pulled my old sedan onto the gravel clearing in front of the cabin and cut the engine. The silence was immediate and heavy. No birds singing, no sounds of other people, just the occasional creak of branches swaying. The cabin itself was modest, nothing fancy. A single story with rough wooden siding that was weathered and stained from years of rain and snow. The windows were dusty, but I could see the curtains Mark had hung thick, dark green, blocking much of the light inside. I took my backpack from the back seat and locked the car, feeling the cold settle in my bones already. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and faintly of old smoke from a stone fireplace that had clearly been unused for some time. The floorboards creaked underfoot as I moved around, setting down my things on a small table near the door. There was a rustic kitchen on the left, a sink with a few dirty dishes, a stove that looked like it hadn't been cleaned in months, and a battered refrigerator humming quietly. I decided to make a fire. The cabin's fireplace was the heart of the place, and I needed that warmth. Mark had always been particular about firewood, stacking it carefully outside the back door. I grabbed a handful of dry logs, laid them inside the fireplace, and used some old newspaper to start the fire. Slowly, the flames caught, crackling and throwing flickering shadows across the walls. The first night was cold and quiet. I lay on the old mattress that was pushed against the far wall, wrapped in a thick wool blanket I had brought with me. The cabin felt empty but heavy, like it was holding on to all the memories of a life I once had. The wind whispered through the cracks in the wooden walls, and every creak sounded louder than it should have. I stayed awake longer than I expected. The isolation was harder than I thought. There was no phone signal out here, no internet, no distractions. Just me and the cold night, surrounded by trees that felt like silent watchers. The next morning, I woke early to a gray sky. The air was damp, and a light drizzle had started outside. I pulled on my boots and jacket and stepped out onto the porch. The smell of wet earth and pine filled my lungs. I looked toward the lake and saw the surface was still, almost glassy under the low clouds. There was no sign of life, no ducks or squirrels, just the quiet of the forest after the rain. I decided to explore the area, thinking the fresh air might clear my mind. The path to the lake was muddy, the ground soft beneath my feet. The trees here were tall and close, their trunks dark and wet from the rain. As I walked, I tried to push the memories away. The fights with Mark, the cold silences, the final night when everything fell apart. But the forest seemed to hold those moments in its silence, pressing them back into my mind. By midday, the rain had stopped, but the sky was still heavy with clouds. I noticed something odd as I walked back toward the cabin. Tire tracks in the mud. Fresh tracks. They weren't mine or Mark's. They were recent, probably from just hours ago. They led off the path into the trees, ending about 50 yards from the cabin near a pile of old, rotting logs. I felt a chill that wasn't from the weather. Who else could be out here? This place was supposed to be abandoned and used since Mark stopped coming. I had told myself I was alone, but these tracks suggested otherwise. I hurried back to the cabin and double-locked the door behind me. I tried to tell myself it was probably a local hunter or someone passing through, but a knot of unease settled in my stomach. That night, I kept the fire going longer and sat by the window, watching the dark woods. The silence was broken only by distant animal sounds and the occasional snap of a twig outside. I convinced myself it was just the forest, nothing more, but sleep was restless. Around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of something scraping against the cabin's exterior. It was faint at first, like a branch brushing against the wall, but then it became more deliberate. a slow, steady scraping noise that moved around the side of the cabin. My heart pounded. I stayed frozen, staring into the dark window, trying to see through the blackness. Then a shadow moved, not just a tree or branch, but a figure, crouched and shifting near the corner. My breath caught. I reached for my phone, but there was no signal. I was completely cut off. The scraping stopped after a few minutes, replaced by silence again. I didn't dare open the door. I sat in the corner of the room, clutching a heavy iron poker I found near the fireplace. Every noise outside made me jump. I thought about the tire tracks and what kind of person would be out here in the middle of nowhere at night. Morning felt like a blessing. I waited until the sun was fully up before stepping outside, armed with a large branch I found nearby. The forest was calm again, but the ground around the cabin told a different story. Footprints circled the clearing, not from any animal. They were human, large boots, messy and fresh. I followed the prints carefully, the branch held ready. They led toward the woods but stopped abruptly near a thick patch of bushes. I looked carefully but saw no sign of anyone hiding. I decided to stay inside the cabin the rest of the day. The feeling of being watched stayed with me, and every little sound sent me scrambling for cover. I stayed up that night, fully alert, watching every window and door. The fire had burned low, but I didn't want to get up to tend it. The scraping never came again, but I wasn't convinced I was alone. On the third day, I made a plan. I couldn't stay here forever, not with whoever had been outside. I packed my things carefully, keeping the iron poker close. Before leaving, I searched the cabin thoroughly, checking every corner, every closet, even the attic crawl space. No one was there, but signs of recent presence outside made me certain I had to leave soon. As I loaded my car, I heard a noise behind me. A low grunt, maybe an animal or maybe not. I froze. The woods were quiet again, but the feeling that someone was close was unbearable. I jumped into the car and locked the doors. As I drove down the gravel road, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching. I didn't look back again. In the weeks after, I told myself it was just some hunter or drifter looking for shelter, maybe someone struggling with their own demons. But I couldn't shake the feeling of fear that settled deep inside. That cabin was never just a place for Mark. It was a trap, and I was lucky to get out. It was the summer of 2019 when I found myself out in the remote woods of northern Vermont, in a small glass cabin I had rented for a week. The place was tucked away from any real civilization, miles from the nearest town, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned through thick forest. I was 38 years old, and this was supposed to be a chance to get away from the noise of my everyday life. A break from the city, from work, from the endless stream of emails and phone calls. The cabin was modern but minimalistic. It was mostly glass walls on all sides, with a sturdy wooden frame and a small stone foundation. The roof was flat, made of thick glass panels too, so when you looked up, you could see the sky and the treetops around you. Inside, there was a simple bed, a small kitchen corner with a gas stove and fridge, and a tiny bathroom with a shower. The floors were polished wood, and there was a fireplace, but I never had a need to use it. The cabin was perfect for someone like me who wanted to be surrounded by nature, but still have some comfort. I arrived late in the afternoon after a long drive. The sun was beginning to dip low, and the light through the trees was golden and soft. I unloaded my things from my old Jeep, a duffel bag with clothes, some food, a couple of books, and a small camera to document the trip. The nearest town, St. Johnsbury, was about 25 miles away, but it felt like a world apart from here. The first night was peaceful. I made a simple dinner of canned soup and bread, sat on the little deck outside the cabin, and watched the sun set. The woods around me were full of sounds, The calls of birds, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. I felt calm and detached, a nice contrast to the rush of city life. The next day, I planned to hike. The cabin's owner had left a trail map inside, and I wanted to explore a few marked paths nearby. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, my phone, and the camera. The weather was warm but not hot. The sky mostly clear with a few scattered clouds. The trails were well marked at first but quickly became narrower and more tangled. I walked for hours, climbing small hills and crossing little streams. The forest was thick and dense, mostly pine and maple trees, with a carpet of fallen needles and leaves underfoot. I took pictures of interesting trees, a squirrel darting across the path, and the way the sunlight filtered through the branches. By late afternoon, I realized I had wandered farther than I expected. The trail markers had become fewer and harder to find. I stopped to check my phone, but the signal was weak and unreliable. There was no GPS signal, no maps downloaded, and no way to call anyone. For the first time, I felt a slight knot of worry in my stomach. I decided to turn back, retracing my steps carefully. But the forest around me seemed different now. The trees looked denser, the shadows longer. I passed a fallen log and saw scratch marks on the bark, deep and ragged, like something big had clawed at it. I didn't want to think about what kind of animal it might have been. The sun was setting fast, and I quickened my pace, my heart beating a little faster. When I finally found the main trail again, relief washed over me. But then I heard a strange noise, a low, slow crunching, like footsteps on dry leaves. I stopped and looked around. There was nothing visible through the trees, but the sound was coming from somewhere behind me, moving slowly but steadily closer. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a raccoon. I didn't want to imagine anything worse. I picked up a sturdy stick from the ground and kept walking, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. The sound continued, never speeding up, always steady. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky was almost dark. I closed the door behind me and locked it carefully. The cabin felt fragile with all its glass walls. Outside, the trees pressed close, black and still in the night. I sat by the window watching the shadows. The crunching sound outside had stopped, but I felt eyes on me. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle outside, made me jump. The next morning, I found something unsettling. On the small wooden deck outside the cabin door were fresh footprints. They were large, much bigger than mine, and the pattern wasn't like any animal I knew. The prints came right up to the door and stopped, as if whoever made them had been standing there, looking in. I didn't see any other signs. No broken branches, no discarded trash, no clues about how long the prints had been there. I checked my phone, hoping for a signal, but still none. That day, I stayed mostly inside, watching the woods. I took pictures of the footprints and the surrounding area. There was no obvious path or trail leading to the cabin that I could see. It was as if the visitor had come through the woods in a way that left almost no trace except those prints. I kept hearing noises at night. Footsteps, snapping twigs, low growls or groans that might have been animals or something else. I tried not to think about it. I told myself I was safe inside the cabin, that whoever or whatever was out there couldn't get in. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger every hour. The glass walls felt like a prison, exposed and vulnerable. I thought about leaving, but I was too far from town, and I didn't want to risk walking through the woods at night. On the third day, I noticed something new. There were small piles of stones arranged near the cabin. I didn't put them there. They were neat, like someone had deliberately placed them. Sometimes, I found broken twigs or pieces of bark arranged carefully on the deck railing, as if someone was marking territory or leaving messages. I felt trapped. I didn't want to call for help because I wasn't sure what I would say. Who would believe that someone was watching me from the woods without ever showing themselves? And what would happen if I tried to leave? The nights were the worst. The noises outside were louder and more persistent. I stayed up until dawn, clutching my stick and flashlight, watching the dark shapes in the trees. One night, I thought I saw a figure. A man with short hair, maybe in his 40s or 50s, standing just beyond the tree line. I blinked, and he was gone. The next day, I decided to explore the area around the cabin more carefully, looking for any clues about who this person might be. I found an old, overgrown dirt road about a quarter-mile from the cabin. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, but there were tire tracks faintly visible in the mud. Someone had driven close to the cabin recently. I followed the road back toward the main highway but stopped after a few hundred yards. I didn't want to get lost again, and besides, I was scared. The woods felt too quiet and too empty in the daylight, like everything was waiting for something. That night, the noises changed. Instead of just footsteps and snapping branches, I heard voices, low murmurs, too far away to make out words, but definitely human. They were outside the cabin, circling around, moving slowly. I sat frozen behind the glass, heart pounding. I thought about all the horror stories I'd heard about people getting stalked in the woods, about survival and danger. This was real. This wasn't a story. Suddenly, the cabin's glass walls seemed less like protection and more like a spotlight. Anyone outside could see me perfectly. I didn't sleep that night. I waited for dawn, watching the shadows until the first light filtered through the trees. In the morning, I made a decision. I packed my things quietly, keeping an eye on the woods. The footprints were back, fresh and large, and the piles of stones had multiplied. Someone was definitely close. I left the cabin, locking the door behind me. The forest was still and silent. I moved quickly along the dirt road I had found, following it toward the highway. After what felt like hours, I reached a paved road and eventually flagged down a passing car. The driver was kind and agreed to take me to the nearest town. Back in civilization, I reported what had happened to the local sheriff. They took the footprints and some pictures, but there was no evidence of who had been watching me. The area around the cabin was known for occasional hunters and hikers, but no one admitted to being near the cabin recently. The sheriff told me to be careful if I ever went back. The woods could be dangerous in unexpected ways. I never went back to that cabin, but sometimes late at night, I still think about the man with short hair in the woods. The way he watched me without ever showing himself fully. The way the glass walls trapped me inside, visible and vulnerable. I learned something important out there in the woods. Sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're real people, and real danger can come from just being alone and exposed in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I know one thing: I was lucky to get away. My name is Caleb. I was 32 years old in the summer of 2012 when I took the seasonal park ranger job in the North Cascades National Park in Washington State. It was my third season there, and I knew the land pretty well by then. I liked the job for many reasons. The fresh air, the quiet, the feeling of being alone in a huge forest that stretched on for miles and miles. I liked the hard work, the hiking, and the little cabin that the Park Service had given me to stay in, deep in a remote part of the park called Eagle Creek. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of logs with a wood stove, a small kitchen, and a bunk bed. It was off the grid. No electricity, no running water, just a pump well outside, and a small solar panel on the roof that charged a battery to power a couple of lights. I liked the peace it brought, though at times it could feel lonely. Still, I had my supplies, a good radio, and the occasional check-in with the main ranger station a few miles down the trail. One hot August day, I was on patrol, hiking the Eagle Creek Trail as I often did, checking for campers, looking for fire hazards, and making sure no one was breaking park rules. It was around 10 a.m. when I noticed something odd about the trail. The usual foot traffic was very light for a weekend, and there were no fresh campfires or trash along the way. That didn't sit right with me. Normally, this trail was popular, especially in the summer. As I walked, I heard the faint sound of water rushing. A small creek runs alongside the trail. The sunlight filtered through the dense trees, casting long shadows, and I felt the familiar damp smell of moss and pine needles. I stopped to take a drink from my water bottle and then continued. About 2 miles in, I found something that made me freeze. A small campsite, but abandoned, with no sign of recent use. There was a fire pit, but the ashes were cold and gray, old and untouched. A few empty food wrappers and a torn backpack lay nearby. It looked like someone had left in a hurry. I took out my radio and tried to call the main station, but all I got was static. That was unusual. The radio usually worked fine here. I checked the battery. It was full. The trees around were thick and tall, but I had never had this much trouble with reception before. I decided to continue to the cabin. It was still another 3 miles up the trail, and I wanted to make sure everything was all right there. I moved cautiously, eyes scanning the forest for any sign of people, any movement. When I finally reached the cabin, the silence was heavy. No smoke from the chimney, which was normal since I had no fire going today. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It smelled like old wood and damp earth, but nothing else seemed out of place. I sat down on the bed, pulled out a sandwich from my pack, and ate slowly, still listening for sounds outside. Then I heard it, a rustling noise coming from just beyond the clearing where the cabin sat. It was subtle but distinct, not the usual sounds of birds or wind. Something moving in the bushes. I stood up and grabbed my flashlight. The sun was still high, but I didn't want to wait until nightfall to see what was out there. I stepped outside, the forest pressing close around me. The undergrowth was thick with ferns and bushes. I shone the flashlight into the shadows, but saw nothing. Then I heard the noise again, this time closer, coming from the trees to my left. I followed the sound cautiously, moving quietly. The ground was soft with fallen needles, and I tried not to snap twigs underfoot. Then I saw it, something white moving quickly between the trees. It was too fast to be a deer or a bear. My heart started to race. I raised my voice, shouting, "Hey!" But no response, only silence. I waited for several minutes, shining the light in all directions. Nothing. I walked back to the cabin, locking the door behind me. The feeling of being watched crawled up my spine. I sat back down on the bed, trying to calm myself. That night, I lay awake in the dark cabin. The only sounds were the distant calls of owls and the rustle of wind through the trees. I kept the flashlight and a knife close by. My radio was dead quiet. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, outside the cabin door. I held my breath. The footsteps stopped. Then, a faint tapping on the wooden wall. My heart pounded in my chest. I wanted to call out, but fear froze me. The tapping continued for a few moments, then stopped. I didn't sleep much after that. When dawn came, I opened the door cautiously. No one was there, but I found something strange on the porch. A single dirty shoe print, too large to be mine. It led away from the cabin into the forest and then disappeared. I packed up some essentials and prepared to hike back to the ranger station. I knew the area well enough to make it in about half a day. Before leaving, I checked the radio one more time, and it finally worked again. I called in my location and situation, reporting the strange noises and signs. The radio crackled with the voice of my supervisor, telling me a search team was being sent to check the area. Apparently, a hiker had gone missing near Eagle Creek a week earlier, and the Park Service was worried. The abandoned campsite I had found was likely linked to that. I felt a mix of relief and unease. Relief that help was coming, Unease because someone had been out there, close to the cabin, watching me. I didn't see anyone clearly, but the footprints and sounds were proof enough. I left the cabin that morning, walking briskly down the trail. The forest seemed alive with unseen eyes, and I kept my senses sharp. When I finally reached the ranger station, I was met by the team and gave them all the details. The search went on for several days. They found signs of the missing hiker's passage, but no clear trace of him. The area was rugged and the forest was dense. It was easy to get lost or injured out there. After that summer, I never returned to that cabin at Eagle Creek. The experience stayed with me. The feeling of being watched, the footsteps outside my door, the abandoned campsite. It was a reminder that sometimes the forest holds dangers you can't see clearly, and that being alone in the wild means respecting the unknown. It was the fall of 2019 when my business partner, Mark, and I decided to take a break from the city chaos. We had been pushing hard for months, running a small but growing tech consultancy. The stress was piling up, and neither of us had taken time off for a long while. Mark suggested a cabin getaway, something quiet and remote where we could clear our heads, think about the future, and maybe come up with some new ideas. I agreed immediately. Mark found a small cabin near Mill Creek, about 2 hours northwest of Seattle. It wasn't fancy, just a modest wooden cabin with basic amenities, sitting alone in a dense forest. The location was perfect for what we needed. Peace, no distractions, and time away from the endless emails and meetings. The cabin had no cell service, which was a major selling point. We left early on a Friday morning, carrying just enough clothes and supplies for 2 nights. The sky was clear, crisp autumn air filled the car as we drove. I remember feeling the tension start to ease the moment we left the city behind. The freeway slowly turning into narrow country roads lined with tall pine trees. When we arrived, the sun was already dipping behind the hills, casting long shadows across the dirt driveway leading to the cabin. The place was surrounded by thick woods on all sides, with the creek itself running about 100 yards behind. The cabin looked worn but sturdy, built maybe 50 years ago, with faded paint and a chimney that still had some black soot stains. Mark had booked it through a local rental service, and it felt remote enough to disconnect completely. Inside, the cabin was small but comfortable. There was a main room with a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen area, and 2 bedrooms. The furniture was simple, old wooden chairs, a rickety dining table, and a couch that looked like it had seen better days. We unpacked quickly, eager to settle in and make the most of the evening. That night, after a quick dinner of canned soup and bread, we sat near the fire, laptops closed, phones off. It was silent except for the crackling of the flames and the occasional hoot of an owl outside. The quiet was soothing at first, but soon it started to feel heavy. The kind of quiet that makes you notice every small sound. The wind rustling the leaves, the creek's steady murmur, and a distant thud somewhere in the woods. I didn't say anything, but Mark looked uneasy too. The next day, we woke to overcast skies and a light drizzle. We spent the morning hiking a trail near the creek, trying to clear our minds. The forest was dense, filled with towering firs and moss-covered rocks. The damp earth smelled fresh but also cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones. We didn't talk much, just focused on the walk and the rhythm of our steps. By afternoon, the rain had stopped, leaving the forest slick and shiny. We returned to the cabin, both feeling a little restless. We had planned to work on some business ideas during this time, but something about the isolation was creeping in. The cabin was quiet again, but now it felt different, more oppressive. Around dusk, I noticed the old windows weren't sealed well. The wind rattled the frames, and a faint chill filled the room. Mark lit the fireplace again, and we tried to concentrate on some rough sketches and notes. But the fire flickered oddly, casting strange shadows on the walls. The woods outside grew darker, thicker. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, branches snapping near the cabin, soft footsteps on the gravel outside, a distant low growl maybe. I wasn't sure if it was an animal or something else. Mark was asleep in the next room, snoring quietly, but I was wide awake, staring at the ceiling. At some point, I got up to check the front door. The old wooden door had a rusty latch, and when I peered out through the cracked window, the forest looked like a black wall. No moon, just endless darkness. The porch light was on but barely lit the steps. Then I noticed it. A figure, maybe 50 yards away, standing just beyond the tree-line. I froze, heart pounding. The figure was motionless, like watching us. I blinked, and it was gone. Maybe it was my mind playing tricks after all the silence and shadows. I locked the door, turned on every light, and went back to bed. Morning came reluctantly, with gray skies and a cold drizzle again. I told Mark about the figure I saw, but he brushed it off as nerves and isolation messing with me. He was right. Maybe it was just a deer or a lost hiker. Still, the unease lingered. That day, we tried to focus on work again, but something was off. The cabin felt watched. Outside, the forest seemed too still, like it was holding its breath. When we took breaks, I scanned the tree line, looking for anything unusual. Late afternoon brought something worse. While fetching water from the nearby creek, I noticed strange footprints in the mud. They weren't animal prints, they were human, but the size was larger than any normal person's foot. Deep, heavy impressions, as if someone had stomped through the mud quickly. The prints led from the forest edge toward the cabin, then disappeared near the back porch. I showed Mark, but he shrugged it off again, saying maybe it was a hunter or a lost traveler. Still, neither of us had seen any cars or people nearby in the past 2 days. The area was supposed to be deserted. That evening, we locked every window and door. We made sure the fire was roaring. But just before midnight, the noises started again. Soft footsteps circling the cabin, scratching sounds on the wooden walls, a low, deliberate tapping at the window. I stayed quiet, heart racing, waiting for Mark to wake up, but he didn't. I crept to the window, trying to see outside without shining a light. The tapping stopped. The footsteps retreated. I didn't sleep much that night. The final day we were there, the rain came down heavy and steady. We packed quickly, eager to leave. On the way back to the car, I took one last look at the forest, feeling like we'd been watched the entire time. When we drove away, the city lights were a relief. Mark and I agreed we'd never mention what happened at the cabin to anyone. It wasn't ghosts or spirits, just real people. People we didn't want to run into again. My name is Thomas Redding. I'm 34 now, but this happened back in October of 2016, when I was 25. I had just quit my job in Portland, Oregon. It wasn't some dramatic life change. I wasn't chasing a dream or escaping anything poetic. I was just tired. Tired of sitting in front of a screen, tired of rush hour traffic, tired of having my life on someone else's schedule. I had a bit of savings, enough to buy land and build something simple. That was my only plan. Get out into the woods, clear my head, and build a small off-grid cabin. The land I bought was a couple of acres tucked into the Cascade foothills, about 15 miles off the main road near a town called Mill Creek. It wasn't entirely isolated, but you'd never find it by accident. There were no neighbors in sight, no cell service, and the road to get there was a narrow dirt path with potholes big enough to eat a wheel. I drove out with my old Chevy truck packed with hand tools, lumber, a canvas tent, and enough canned food to last a few weeks. I figured I'd rough it for a while, live in the tent, chop some wood, and build something small by hand. I wasn't trying to make anything fancy, just a dry space to sleep in with 4 walls and a roof. I set up camp near a slight slope, far enough from the creek to avoid flooding but close enough to carry water. It was late afternoon when I got the tent up. The air was chilly, early fall chill where you can feel winter creeping up. I could smell the pine trees and the cold soil. The only sounds were wind and the occasional bird. No cars, no people. That first night was peaceful. I made a fire, heated a can of beans, and sat staring at the flames until I couldn't keep my eyes open. The first week was slow but productive. I cleared brush and started laying out a simple foundation using pressure-treated 4x4 posts. I dug the post holes by hand, slow, back-breaking work. I'd wake up sore and go to bed sore, but it felt better than anything I'd done in years. By the 10th day, I had the floor joists in and started framing the walls. I didn't have any power tools, just a handsaw, a hammer, a square, and some nails. I worked in layers, framing one wall, then another until the shell started taking shape. It wasn't much, but it started to look like something that could hold off the wind. Then the weather turned. I remember waking up early on the 12th day. The sky looked heavy. Low, gray clouds stretched all the way to the ridge. I could smell the rain coming before it hit. I worked fast that day, trying to get a tarp up over the frame. I managed to hang it from some nearby trees and drape it over the top to keep the floor dry. It wasn't perfect, but it would help. That night, the rain came hard. It started as a steady patter on the tent and turned into a relentless downpour. Wind pushed the rain sideways. The temperature dropped. I wrapped myself in my sleeping bag and listened to the storm hammer the trees. At some point after midnight, the wind ripped a corner of the tarp off and it snapped back and forth like a flag. I tried to ignore it, but I couldn't sleep. By morning, everything was soaked. The tarp had collapsed in the middle and dumped water onto the subfloor. Mud had started pooling near the posts. My tent was damp and all my firewood was wet. I felt cold down to the bone, even with 3 layers on. Still, I didn't come out here to quit. I got to work trying to fix what I could. I built a better support for the tarp and dug a shallow trench to divert water around the foundation. My gloves were soaked through within minutes. My boots too. But I worked for hours, alone and quiet, teeth clenched. That's when things started to feel off. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just small things, a sense that something wasn't quite right. I'd leave my tools in a certain spot and come back to find one moved slightly. Or I'd hear a branch snap off to the side and nothing would be there. I told myself it was my imagination, that maybe I kicked the hammer and forgot, that animals moved through the trees all the time. Nothing strange about that. But then one morning, I woke up and found my axe missing. It had been leaning against a tree just outside the tent. I searched the entire area. I checked the bushes under the tarp, even inside the frame of the cabin. Nothing. That wasn't the kind of thing you misplace. It had a bright orange handle. I should have seen it even half buried. I told myself it must have fallen or rolled downhill. Still, I had a hard time focusing that day. I kept looking over my shoulder. The woods felt tighter somehow, like the trees were leaning in. 2 days later, I found it. Not near the cabin, but 50 yards down the slope, stuck blade first into a stump. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone else, just the axe, clean and sharp, right there like someone planted it. That was the first time I really felt scared. I stopped working after dark. I double-checked my tools, made sure they were all accounted for every night. I kept my campfire smaller. I listened more. Every night the woods got quieter, like even the animals were watching. The rain kept falling on and off, and the mud made everything harder. One of the days, I slipped carrying a beam and slammed my elbow on a rock. It swelled up fast, and I had to wrap it with a bandage and rest for 2 days. I thought about leaving, just packing up and driving out. but I'd already sunk everything into the land. I didn't want to go back to the city with nothing, so I stayed. I worked slower, more carefully. I finally got the walls up and the roof started. I used metal sheets and framed a simple pitch to keep the water off. It wasn't finished, but I could finally sleep inside the cabin shell. I laid my sleeping bag on the plywood floor and kept the tent for storage. The first night in the cabin was calm. The wind pushed against the walls, but it felt sturdy. I finally had a dry place, but at some point around 3 a.m., I woke up to a sound. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't rain. It was footsteps, slow, heavy ones circling the outside of the cabin. I held my breath and sat up. The footsteps stopped. I waited, heart hammering in my ears. Then I heard it again, this time near the back wall. Just one step, then silence. I didn't have a gun, just a hunting knife and a hatchet. I stayed completely still for maybe half an hour. Eventually, the sound faded, or maybe it never came back. I couldn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, I stepped outside. The ground was soaked and muddy, but I couldn't see any clear prints. I walked the perimeter twice, then 3 times. Nothing, just wet earth and pine needles. Still, I knew what I'd heard. I spent the rest of that day gathering firewood and reinforcing the door frame. I made a simple latch out of scrap metal and installed a crossbar. That night, I brought everything inside. Every tool, every supply. I even moved some heavy rocks to block the window openings. That night, the rain came down harder than ever. It sounded like nails on the metal roof. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again, this time closer, slower, and then something brushed the front door, just a soft scrape, like fingers dragging wood. I didn't move. I held the hatchet close, listening. No more footsteps, no voice, just that long, deliberate scrape. The rain masked the sound after that, and I never heard anything again that night. In the morning, I checked the door. Mud was smeared on the bottom edge. It wasn't an animal, too high up, too narrow to be a paw, more like the outline of a hand. I didn't waste any time. I packed what I could, threw everything into the truck, and drove straight to the sheriff's office in Mill Creek. I reported it. The missing axe, the footsteps, the handprint. The deputy didn't say much, just took notes and promised to send someone out. A week later, they called me, said they didn't find anything. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, nothing. I didn't go back for 3 months. When I finally did, everything was the same. The cabin was still standing. Some leaves had blown inside, and a few boards were damp. But no signs of damage, no handprints, no missing tools. I stayed again that night just to see. It was quiet. After that, I kept building. I finished the roof, added a wood stove, sealed the windows. I even put in a small solar panel. But I never stayed unarmed again. I bought a rifle. I learned how to track prints. I always locked the door. To this day, I don't know if someone was messing with me, or if I was just being watched. Maybe a local saw me and decided to scare me off. Or maybe someone had been living in those woods long before I bought the land. I don't know. What I do know is that I finished the cabin. It stands strong today. I live in it part-time. When I want quiet, I go there. It still rains a lot, and sometimes I think I hear things at night. But I built something with my hands. And even though it scared the hell out of me, I didn't quit. I came back. I made it mine. That's the only thing that matters now. I was 34 that year, tired of how things were going in my life and just looking for some space away from the constant noise. I'd been working a job I didn't care about in Bristol, doing the same thing every day. I didn't hate it, but it drained me. It felt like I was slowly disappearing into a routine I hadn't agreed to. Nothing bad had happened, no breakup, no family death, nothing that dramatic. But that was part of the problem. Everything just felt blank. I needed something quiet, something to shake things up, or at least clear my head. A friend of mine, Sam, had told me about this old cabin in the hills near Llanidloes, Wales, which wasn't far from the border with England. It was tucked in a forested area, about 1.5 miles off a back road, up a dirt path. He'd stayed there a couple of years earlier when he was going through his own burnout. Said it was perfect. Remote, no internet, no cell signal, just trees and quiet. He gave me the name of the woman who owned it, Mrs. Horwood, and said I could reach her by writing a letter of all things. So I did. A week later, I got a handwritten reply, short and neat, saying the place was available for the 2 weeks I asked about in October. She left a key in a metal box nailed to the underside of the porch and said to leave cash in the drawer by the fireplace. £120 for the week. A steal, really. I packed the basics. Warm clothes, some tins of beans, soup, rice, a small camping stove in case the power went out, my old sleeping bag just in case the mattress was bad, and 2 books. I didn't tell anyone where I was going except Sam, and even then I kept it vague. Took about 4 hours to drive there. The final 1.5 miles of the trip was slow and rough. My car isn't built for muddy dirt paths, and I nearly bottomed out twice. But the trees opened up near the top, and the cabin sat in a small clearing. It wasn't big. Maybe 2 rooms and a kitchen, all wood, with dark red trim that had peeled in long strips. But it had a solid roof, and the porch looked sturdy enough. The air was colder than in Bristol, sharper. I didn't mind. I found the key just like she said. Inside, the place smelled like dust and wood. The main room had a wood stove and a small couch with a heavy wool blanket over the back. The kitchen was old but clean. A kettle sat on the stove, and 2 mismatched mugs were stacked beside it. There was a single bedroom with a narrow bed and a wardrobe that smelled of cedar. Everything was quiet, just the wind in the trees. I settled in easily. I made tea, lit a small fire in the wood stove, and read until the sun dipped below the trees. Then I made some rice and beans, ate in silence, and went to bed early. The first few days were peaceful. I walked the trails that wound through the trees, made simple meals, read, and slept. I hadn't realized how little I'd been sleeping before. Out here with no phone buzzing, no lights flashing, nothing to do but exist, I slept deeply. The silence at night was complete. Sometimes the wind picked up and the trees would creak. A couple of times I heard an owl, but mostly it was dead quiet. On the 4th night, I stayed up a bit later than usual. I'd started keeping the fire going into the night because the air dropped fast once the sun was gone. Around midnight, I was lying on the couch under the wool blanket, just staring at the fire, letting my thoughts drift, when I thought I saw movement outside the window. It was just a flicker, maybe a shadow, maybe the wind, but it pulled me out of my calm. I sat up slowly and looked out through the glass. Nothing, just trees swaying gently in the dark. I got up and stepped onto the porch. Cold air bit at my face. I didn't see anything. After a minute or 2, I went back inside, chalked it up to firelight messing with my eyes, and went to bed. The next morning, I walked the trail again, longer this time. I wanted to tire myself out. I wandered off the path a bit, just exploring. At one point, I came across a thick patch of brambles and, beyond it, what looked like an old stone wall. I pushed through and found what must have once been a small structure. Just the remains of 4 stone corners and a pile of moss-covered wood in the center. Maybe an old shed or barn. I looked around a bit but didn't stay long. It felt odd. Not dangerous, just stale. Forgotten. That evening, just after the sky went dark, I went to bring in some firewood. That's when I saw her. She was standing just inside the tree line, maybe 30 feet from the porch. I didn't hear her approach. She was thin, wrapped in what looked like a dark green coat that hung loose on her body. Her hair was long, gray or dirty blonde, tangled, and hanging over part of her face. She wasn't moving, just standing and watching me. I didn't say anything. I didn't move. I just stood there holding the armload of wood, my breath fogging in the cold air. After maybe 10 seconds, she turned slowly and stepped back into the trees. Her movement wasn't fast, just calm and deliberate, like she wasn't worried I'd follow. And I didn't. Inside, I locked the door, latched the windows, and sat in the middle of the room with the fire burning. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I looked for tracks, but the ground was packed with leaves and damp soil. I didn't find anything.
No footprints.
No signs of anyone walking through. Still, I kept telling myself maybe she was a hiker, someone camping in the woods. The thought didn't make much sense. It was cold, and this place was far from any trailheads, but it was better than the other possibility, that someone was watching me on purpose. That evening, I closed the curtains early. I didn't light the fire until after dark. I wanted to see out before anything could see in. I made tea, sat at the table, and waited. I didn't want to admit I was hoping she wouldn't come back. Around 10, I heard something outside. Not footsteps exactly, but a kind of dragging sound, soft and slow. It moved from one side of the cabin to the other. Then silence. I sat still, holding my breath. Then there was a knock. Not hard, just 2 light taps on the wall beside the kitchen window. I didn't move. The knock didn't come again. I stayed up the whole night. By morning, I felt hollow. I stepped outside with a knife in my coat pocket and walked the perimeter. Nothing. I started to think I was imagining things, or at least exaggerating them in my head. Being alone in a place like this can mess with you. I knew that. Still, I packed my bag. I didn't leave. I told myself I'd stay one more night and leave early the next morning. I didn't want to feel like I was running. That seemed important at the time. That day passed slow. I barely ate. I kept looking at the window, then the trees, then the porch. At sunset, I built a fire, closed the curtains tight, and brought the kettle to a boil. Just after midnight, I heard the front steps creak. Then nothing. I moved to the couch, heart racing, and sat there for what felt like hours. When the sun finally started to rise, I opened the door. There were prints on the porch. Not shoe prints, just impressions, bare feet. Thin, narrow, with the toes spaced wide. The boards were damp with dew, and the prints stood out clearly. They'd walked from the far end of the porch to the front door, then back. I left 20 minutes later. Didn't make tea, didn't clean up. I grabbed my stuff, locked the door even though I knew it wouldn't matter, and drove down the dirt path without stopping. My car nearly slid off the track twice, but I didn't care. Back in Bristol, I stayed in my flat for 3 days straight. I told Sam what had happened, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Then he said he'd never seen anyone out there, but once, he thought he heard someone humming in the woods. He'd left the next day and never gone back. I didn't tell anyone else. I didn't call Mrs. Horwood or ask for a refund. I mailed the money like I said I would. Weeks passed, then months. I tried to forget, but sometimes at night, I still see her in my mind, just standing at the edge of the trees, quiet, waiting, not hiding, not threatening, just watching, like she belonged there, like I was the one who didn't. And the worst part, I think she knew I wouldn't stay. I think she waited until she was sure I'd leave. My name is Daniel Sutter. I was 41 when this happened, and it's something I still think about every time I hear a branch snap in the woods. This was back in 2019, late October, just before the first snow started to stick in northern Idaho. I had taken some time off work after a stressful quarter. I worked in logistics back then. I'd been divorced for about 4 years. No kids. So when things got heavy, I just got up and left for the woods. It's what I'd always done. I had an old buddy who'd let me use his family's hunting cabin up near the Selway River. It was about a 2-hour drive from Lewiston, where I lived, and then a good 40-minute haul in a high-clearance vehicle to even get to the foot trail. From there, it was maybe 1.5 miles on foot. I'd been there a couple of times before, mostly for elk hunting with friends, but this time I went alone. That wasn't strange for me. I liked the solitude. That's part of why I hunted quiet, clear-headed time away from noise. I left on a Tuesday morning, took my truck up past Elk City, parked just before the old Forest Service gate, and packed in. I brought everything I needed for about 6 days: food, extra fuel for the small generator, my rifle, a backup pistol, fire starting gear, a med kit, 2 radios, one handheld and one mounted in the truck, and a battery pack for my phone, which barely worked out there anyway. There was no reception, but I kept it on for photos and the time. The cabin itself wasn't anything fancy. It was a single-room place with a little stove, a table, 1 cot, and a shelf lined with half-used propane canisters and faded canned goods. There was no electricity unless you ran the generator, and even then, you had maybe 1 light bulb and a plug or 2. The whole thing sat maybe 30 yards off a small creek and was backed by dense pine and fir forest. No nearby cabins, no roads beyond the trail, just quiet. The first day was uneventful. I hiked in, settled down, set up my camp stove, and got my gear organized. That night, I heard some elk bugling far off. I figured I'd get an early start the next morning and start tracking from the high ridge a mile south. I slept hard that night, the kind of sleep you only get when there's no sound except the wind brushing the treetops. The second morning, I was out by 6:30. It was cold, frost covering everything. I spent all day slowly moving through the forest, glassing the open cuts in the trees, looking for movement, following signs, fresh scat, broken branches, bedding spots. I didn't see anything up close. By late afternoon, I made my way back. I was about 1/2 mile from the cabin when I thought I saw movement behind me, just for a split second. I stopped and turned, scanning the trees. Nothing. I waited, quiet. Nothing again. I told myself it was a deer or maybe just my imagination. Back at the cabin, I got a fire going inside, ate a quick dinner, freeze-dried beef stew, and turned in early. Around 2 a.m., I woke up needing to piss. The wind had picked up and was howling through the trees. I stepped outside with a flashlight and walked maybe 20 feet off the porch. The air smelled like damp moss and wood smoke. I did my business, then swept the light around lazily. I stopped when it caught something off to the side. 2 small pale shapes low to the ground, about 30 yards off near the creek. They reflected just a moment, then blinked and disappeared. I figured it was a coyote, maybe a fox. I wasn't too concerned, but I stayed out a little longer, listening. Nothing. I went back inside, locked the door, just a wooden bar and a metal latch, and got back into the sleeping bag. Still, I didn't sleep quite as easy after that. The third day, I hiked north instead. I wanted to stay closer to the creek and see if any game had passed through. I found fresh tracks, a buck, maybe 4-point, judging by the spacing. I followed them for about an hour, then lost them in the thicker brush. Around midday, clouds rolled in. It looked like snow might be coming early. I turned back. It was on the way back that I noticed something off. A tree, maybe 20 inches wide, had fresh gouges in it. Not from an elk's antlers, these were vertical and sharp, maybe a knife. That's what it looked like. About 5 cuts, all starting high and dragging low. I stared at it a long time. Then I noticed a small piece of red cloth stuck to one of the broken branches nearby. It looked like it had been torn from a jacket. Could have been old, I told myself. Could have been nothing. I got back to the cabin around 4. The light was already dying, and the cold was settling in quick. That night, I kept the rifle by the cot and double-checked the latch before I went to bed. I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things that night, branches breaking, rustling. Once I sat up and turned on my flashlight, but I didn't go outside. I told myself it was wind, maybe a deer passing through. But deep down, I was starting to feel it, that gnawing tension you try to ignore. The one that comes when something just doesn't feel right. Day 4, I didn't go out hunting. I stayed near the cabin, spent the morning gathering more wood, checked the creek for tracks, nothing fresh. I tried using the handheld radio to check in with anyone, just to feel a little less isolated. No response. I wasn't surprised. The signal barely reached past a couple hills. That afternoon, I went back to where I saw the gouged tree. I wanted to see if I could find anything else. Maybe some trash, boot prints, anything. After about 15 minutes of circling, I saw something maybe 40 yards uphill. A small mound of disturbed ground. It didn't look like an animal digging. It looked deliberate. I climbed up and stood over it. Someone had clearly dug something out there, maybe 2 feet wide, for feet long. The dirt was loose but damp. There were old boot prints around it. Then I saw something sticking out from the brush just past it. A rusted old hunting knife, the blade half covered in mud, wedged in the roots of a tree. I didn't touch it. I backed off and walked straight back to the cabin. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I stayed up with the lantern on, listening. I kept the fire going just to have something to focus on. I felt like I was being watched. I can't explain it better than that. You know when you feel that heat on the back of your neck? Like eyes boring into you? That's what it felt like. Except it wouldn't stop. Sometime after midnight, I heard it. Clear footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves and pine needles. I killed the lantern and froze. The steps came closer, maybe just outside the porch. Then silence. I sat in that darkness for maybe an hour, afraid to move, finger on the trigger. I never heard the steps again. In the morning, I opened the door, rifle up, and swept the area. Nothing. But I walked around the back of the cabin and found footprints. Clear as day. Heavy boots. They led around the back window, paused, then disappeared into the woods. I packed everything in 20 minutes flat. I had planned to stay 2 more nights, but I didn't care. I strapped my rifle, shouldered my gear, and hiked out hard. The whole time I felt eyes on me. I kept checking behind me every 20 steps. I didn't stop once. No food, no breaks. When I got to my truck, I threw everything in the back and got the hell out. I didn't relax until I hit paved road. Back in Lewiston, I tried reporting it to the local ranger office. They took a report, but nothing ever came of it. They figured maybe it was just another hunter, or maybe I got spooked by a bear. But those weren't bear tracks. I went back months later with 2 friends, just to prove to myself that I wasn't going crazy. We found the same dugout area, still partly collapsed. The knife was gone. The gouges in the tree had faded with weather but were still there. I haven't been back since. I still hunt, but never alone. That week changed how I look at the woods. I always used to think the scariest thing you might run into out there was a cougar or a grizzly. But it's not. It's people. People who don't want to be found. People who watch and wait and maybe don't have a reason for what they do. If I'd stayed 1 more night, I don't know what would have happened. I don't want to know, but I can still see those footprints circling the cabin in the dead of night. And I'll never forget the feeling of being watched in absolute silence. It was the summer of 1997 when I decided to take a break from my hectic life in Chicago. At 32 years old, working as a graphic designer in a small agency, I was burned out and needed something different. Something quiet, something far from the noise and the crowds. The city was relentless, with its endless traffic jams, shouting, and the constant hum of machines and voices. I had always loved the outdoors, but I rarely found the time to enjoy it. So, After some research, I rented a small cabin in northern Wisconsin, about 100 miles north of Green Bay. It was the kind of place where the trees grew tall and thick, the air smelled fresh, and the only sounds were those made by nature. The cabin was owned by a family who used it as a summer retreat. It sat on the edge of a dense forest, not far from a small, clear lake that shimmered in the afternoon sun. I booked it for 2 weeks in July, hoping to unwind, recharge, and maybe get some inspiration for my work. I arrived on a Thursday afternoon, driving down a narrow, winding road that eventually turned to gravel. The last few miles were rough, and my old sedan rattled more than I liked, but I didn't mind. The isolation was part of the appeal. When I finally pulled up, the cabin was exactly as the pictures showed. A small, weathered wooden structure with a sloped roof, a stone chimney on one side, and a small porch with a faded swing. The place smelled like pine and earth, the wood worn smooth by years of wind and rain. I carried my bags inside and took a slow walk around the cabin. There was a small garden patch to the side, but it looked neglected. Wildflowers had grown in places, and some bushes hung over the edges of the porch. The windows were dusty but clear enough to see through. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a dining table, a couch, and a loft bedroom with a thin mattress on a wooden frame. There was no electricity except for a small solar panel on the roof, which powered a few basic lights. No internet, no phone signal. Just me, the forest, and the lake. I unpacked slowly and decided to take a walk down to the lake. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. The air was cool and smelled like wet earth and pine needles. I walked along a narrow path, the ground soft under my boots, feeling the quiet settle around me like a heavy blanket. When I reached the water, I sat on a flat rock and watched the surface ripple gently with the breeze. A few ducks floated by, and the sound of a loon echoed from deeper in the lake. That night, I built a small fire outside the cabin. I had brought a few cans of beans and some bread, which I ate while listening to the forest sounds. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled in the wind, and somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. I went to bed early, tired from the drive and the walk. The next few days passed in a slow rhythm. I explored the area, took photographs of the trees and the lake, and read old magazines I had brought. I fished in the lake, catching a couple of small perch. I collected firewood and kept the fire burning every evening. The isolation was comforting at first. No emails, no phone calls, no deadlines. Just the forest and me. But then, on the third night, something changed. I had gone to bed earlier than usual because I felt a bit tired. The cabin was dark, the only light coming from the flickering embers of the dying fire outside, visible faintly through the window. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard it. A noise outside, very faint but distinct. At first, I thought it was just the wind, or maybe an animal moving through the underbrush. But the sound repeated, slow and deliberate, a crunching of leaves or twigs, coming closer to the cabin. I froze, listening hard. The cabin was silent except for the noise outside. Stopped for a moment, then started again. Closer this time. I didn't move, my heart beating fast. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, just wandering nearby, but something felt off. The noise circled the cabin, slow and steady. The twigs snapped under heavy footsteps, uneven but sure. I looked out the window, but the thick darkness and the shadows of the trees made it impossible to see clearly. I waited, but whatever was out there stayed quiet after that, and eventually the night returned to its usual sounds. I didn't sleep much after that. Every little noise made me jump. I kept checking the locks on the cabin door, making sure the windows were shut tight. But when morning came, I saw nothing unusual. No footprints in the dirt near the cabin, no broken branches, No signs of anything or anyone. I told myself I was overreacting. It was just the forest, after all. But the next night, the noises came again. This time, they were louder and more persistent. I was sitting on the porch after dinner, reading a book by flashlight, when I heard the sound of footsteps coming down the path toward the cabin. I stopped reading and looked up, but the darkness swallowed everything. My flashlight beam scanned the edge of the woods, but I saw no one. Still, the footsteps got closer and closer, until I could hear them crunch on the gravel driveway just a few yards from where I sat. My heart hammered in my chest. I didn't have a phone, and I was miles from the nearest neighbor. I considered shouting, but my voice caught in my throat. I grabbed a heavy stick from nearby and stayed on the porch, shining the flashlight toward the sound. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the footsteps stopped. The forest went silent. I didn't see anyone. The woods were empty. For the rest of the night, I sat on the porch, flashlight ready, fire burning low beside me. I didn't sleep again. The next day, I decided to explore further into the woods, trying to understand what was happening. I packed some water, a small knife, and my camera. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and the forest looked peaceful. I took a deep breath and walked down a new trail I had not seen before. The path twisted and turned, narrow and overgrown in places. The trees were tall, their branches creating a thick canopy overhead. Birds sang, and the occasional squirrel darted past. After about an hour, I stopped at a small clearing and looked around. That's when I noticed the marks. Near the edge of the clearing, on a fallen tree, there were deep scratches. The bark was stripped away in long, rough lines, as if made by claws or a sharp object. The ground nearby was disturbed, with fresh dirt turned up. But there were no animal tracks, no deer, no bear, nothing that matched the size or shape of those scratches. I took pictures and looked carefully around. Then I noticed something else. A pile of broken branches and leaves, arranged in a rough circle, like someone had tried to build a crude shelter or hideout. A sudden chill ran down my spine. This wasn't just a quiet forest anymore. Someone had been here recently, and not just passing through. I hurried back to the cabin, my nerves on edge. That night, the noises returned, louder than before. They circled the cabin, moving slowly, sometimes stopping as if listening or watching. I could hear the sound of branches snapping, leaves rustling, and heavy breathing. I stayed inside, doors locked, windows shuttered. I kept my knife close, and my heart pounded all night. On the fifth night, the footsteps stopped. Instead, I heard something else, whispers low and indistinct, coming from the woods. I couldn't understand the words, but they were close, just beyond the tree line. I wanted to run, but I was stuck, trapped in this small cabin with no one around to help. The sixth day, I found a small radio in the cabin's kitchen drawer. It was old, dusty, and barely worked, but I managed to get a faint signal from a local station. The DJ was talking about a missing person, an older man who had disappeared in the area 2 weeks before. The police had found his truck abandoned near a trail, but no sign of the man. I realized then how isolated I was, and how little help I could expect. That night, I stayed awake all night, listening to every sound, gripping my knife. The forest seemed alive with unseen eyes watching me. I heard a distant shout, human, desperate, maybe angry. It echoed and faded, leaving a ringing silence. The next morning, I decided I had to leave. The peace I had hoped for was gone, replaced by fear and uncertainty. I packed my bags quickly, dreading the long drive back to the city, but relieved to be moving. As I locked the cabin door behind me, I took one last look around. The forest was still and quiet, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. Driving away, I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something following me down the narrow gravel road. I didn't. That summer, I learned how thin the line was between calm and chaos in places like that. The woods are beautiful, but they hide dangers beyond animals and storms. People sometimes get lost or trapped, and sometimes others are watching from the shadows. My experience wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale. It was real life, raw, uncomfortable, and unpredictable. I never found out who or what had been around the cabin those nights, and I never went back. But the memory of that forest, the feeling of being watched and alone, stayed with me for years. And sometimes, when I'm in a crowded city and hear a strange noise in the night, I remember those dark woods in Wisconsin, and I'm glad I'm far away from them. It was the summer of 1998 when I decided to take a break from the city and head to a small, remote cabin near Lake Monroe in northern Indiana. I was 27 at the time, working a monotonous desk job in Chicago that drained most of my energy and will to live. The idea of spending a week away from people in the quiet woods felt like the perfect way to reset. The cabin was owned by a family friend, a man named Bill, who had inherited it from his grandfather but didn't use it much. Bill gave me the keys, and I promised I'd take care of the place while I was there. The cabin was small but sturdy, made of dark timber and looking older than it probably was. It stood about a mile from the lake, surrounded by dense forest. The road to it was rough, just dirt and gravel, with tall pine trees closing in on both sides. It felt isolated, but that was exactly why I wanted to be there. I arrived just before sunset. The sky was painted with orange and purple streaks, the kind you see only in places without city lights to drown out the colors. As I pulled up in my old Honda, I noticed the cabin looked even smaller than I'd imagined. A thin column of smoke was rising from the stone chimney, though there was no one else around. The air smelled sharp with pine and the faint, clean scent of the lake nearby. Inside, the cabin was simple but cozy. A small kitchen area, a worn wooden table, a couple of chairs, a couch that sagged in the middle, and a stone fireplace took up most of the main room. Upstairs was a loft with a bed, and below the cabin was a dirt basement that I decided not to enter. Bill had told me there was some old stuff down there, but it wasn't in good shape. I locked the basement door and didn't think much more about it. After lighting a fire, I unpacked a few things and settled in. The cabin had no electricity or running water, so I brought bottled water, canned food, and a small gas stove. I wanted to be off the grid completely, to forget about phones and computers. The first night was peaceful, almost perfect. The quiet was absolute, except for the crackling fire and distant sounds of crickets and frogs. The next day, I decided to explore the area. The forest was thick and silent in a way that made you hyper-aware of every little noise. Branches snapped underfoot, leaves rustled, and somewhere far off a woodpecker hammered a tree. I walked to the lake, which was just as beautiful as I expected. Clear water stretched wide, reflecting the blue sky and tall trees. I spent hours fishing and reading a battered paperback novel I had brought along. At night, I made sure the fire was strong. The wind picked up occasionally, shaking the trees and making the cabin creak. I told myself it was all normal, old with settling, nature doing its thing. But sometimes, I felt eyes watching from the shadows just outside the window. I convinced myself it was just my imagination, fueled by too many horror movies from years before. On the third day, something shifted. The forest no longer felt like a peaceful refuge. I woke before dawn, a cold sweat on my skin. The wind was louder, blowing through the trees like a warning. Outside, the ground was wet from an overnight rain, the dirt road now muddy and slippery. I stepped outside to check the weather and noticed deep tire tracks in the mud. Fresh, big tire tracks. No one had been expected, and Bill hadn't mentioned anyone else coming near the cabin. I shrugged it off, thinking maybe a ranger or another camper had passed by. Still, it bothered me. I locked all the doors and windows more tightly than before. Throughout the day, I kept hearing distant noises, footsteps crunching on leaves, branches breaking. But whenever I looked out, there was nothing there. By the fourth night, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. The forest seemed darker, thicker somehow, the shadows longer. I barely slept. The only light came from the fire and a small lantern I had brought. Every sound made me jump. Twice, I thought I saw movement beyond the tree line. A flash of something moving quickly, too fast to be a deer or a fox. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself I was alone and safe inside the cabin. But the unease was creeping under my skin. The next morning, I found something chilling on the doorstep. A crude pile of rocks arranged in a small circle, with a single, fresh deer bone resting on top. I don't know why, but it unsettled me deeply. I had never seen anything like it before. It wasn't a random animal's remains. Someone had placed it there deliberately. My mind raced. Was it a warning? A prank? Or something worse? I checked my phone. No signal. No way to call anyone. The nearest town was miles away, and the road was muddy and narrow. I thought about leaving, but the car was stuck in thick mud from the rain, wheels spinning uselessly. For the next 2 days, I stayed inside, afraid to go outside except to check the perimeter cautiously. I kept the fire burning constantly and stacked more wood by the door. I found an old hunting knife in the kitchen drawer, rusty but still sharp, and kept it close. The sounds outside grew more frequent. Footsteps, whispers carried by the wind, and sometimes faint voices I couldn't understand. On the 6th night, things escalated. Just after midnight, I woke up to loud banging on the front door. It was heavy, forceful, like someone was trying to break in. My heart nearly stopped. I grabbed the knife and approached the door quietly, peering through a crack in the curtains. Outside, no one was there. I opened the door slowly, half expecting someone to rush in. The porch was empty, but muddy footprints led away into the trees. Fear gripped me harder than ever. I realized I was being watched, maybe even stalked, by someone in the woods. The idea that this could be a random person made my blood run cold. I had no way to call for help, no neighbors nearby. The forest that had felt like a refuge was now a trap. I spent the rest of the night in the loft, clutching the knife and listening for any sounds. None came after that, but I didn't sleep. At dawn, I tried the car again. With some effort, I managed to free it from the mud, and I didn't hesitate. I drove down the bumpy road as fast as I could, glancing nervously into the trees the whole way. When I reached the nearest gas station, I called Bill and told him everything. He was quiet for a moment, then explained that sometimes hunters or others trespassed on the land, but he had never heard of anything like what I described. He suggested I report it to the local sheriff. I did. The sheriff came out a few days later, searching the area, but found no signs of anyone besides me. The rock circle and deer bone were gone. The footprints disappeared at the edge of the woods. I never went back to the cabin at Lake Monroe. The experience stayed with me for years. The feeling of being watched, the banging at the door, the sense that someone had been waiting for me out there. In time, I realized that the woods had no monsters or ghosts, just people. And sometimes, people are far scarier than any story.